Alright, we're back from the looks of it. Let's see now. Do we have to move to a new chat now? Or does it carry on? Oh, it carries on. Okay, we don't have to move to a new chat, I think. I don't think I'll bother tweeting that out. Will I? See, we got about 30 people. No, it's a different URL. I really don't understand how this fucking YouTube streaming works. I really gotta read up on it or something. Yeah, I'll tweet that. Right. Oh, there's 80 people. Okay, that's more than enough. Right. I think we're good to go. Is it looking okay, everybody? Looking okay? Yeah? Looking okay. I think we're doing okay. Right, can finally play these 2048 tracks now. So, in case any of you are just joining me, this is more of a relaxed stream than I usually do. I am chilling out. I was just going to be playing some Wipeout anyway, and since I've already played it, I thought I might as well stream it and just hang out and chill out. Okay? So, we're chilling out. We're relaxed. Back of the ship transparent? Oh, it's a fucking radar thing? I don't remember that. Okay. Fuck off you. There you are. All that energy for nothing? Oh my god. 50%. Alright. The Wipeout 2048 tracks remind me of the Fusion tracks a little bit because they're very wide at times. But I think that's okay. I don't think the big problem with Fusion was the tracks. I don't think the tracks were great, but it was more of the handling. Because even when the track is wide like this, you've still got to make a decision about whether you want to hit the boost pads on the outside or whatever. So, but it's interesting because they definitely feel different to the HD tracks, or at least some of them do anyway. They're also very narrow at points as well. They've got that weird, yeah, they put a weird sort of dichotomy to them. Oh fuck, man, I couldn't even see that was a wall. Okay. I think I'd know better than try to read the chat in the middle of a race. It's unfortunate this game is called Wipeout. Oh, I can't read all that. Oh shit. The screen isn't, it's not easy to see from where I am either. I have to turn my head a little bit to see the chat. Ideally, if I had some kind of perfect stream setup, I'd have like a big screen next to the TV where I just have the comments on that or something. Final lap.
New lap record. Final lap.
It's really nice to be able to play these tracks in 60 FPS on the screen as well. I wonder if it would, instead of having a boost thing, I wonder if it would be kind of better if, like, instead of there was a boost, if there wasn't a boost power up, and instead you had a third option for a weapon where you could absorb it to get a tiny speed boost. Because a lot of the time you pick them up and you don't really want to use the weapon, and you're already at full energy, so absorbing it doesn't even do anything anyway. Why is this one bigger? It's a tournament, is it? No? I don't know. I'll go with this one first. And try. Carex. Speed is too low on that.
5-hour speed.
Matt, did you ever play Dark Souls 3 plus the DLCs? I did. I'm sure I'll talk about them more at some point, but not quite yet. Yeah, it is grinding, yeah. It's even got an XP meter up on the top right. It's a bit ridiculous. And then I think what's worst about it is that it almost leaves the game feeling a little bit hollow once you've grinded all there is to grind, because you've still got this XP meter and it's filling up, but it doesn't do anything. So that feels worse then in the long run, I think, than just not having it at all. But maybe that's just me, I don't know. I don't remember these tracks at all. That's why I was looking forward to this though, because I didn't play 2048 all that much, because well, actually one reason I didn't play it a lot is because it crashed my Vita a lot of the time that I tried to boot it up. It just locked up. I don't know what the story was with that, but yeah, I didn't end up playing 2048 as much as I wanted to, so I don't know the tracks all that well. So they're not brand new, but they're kind of like new tracks for me, which is kind of cool. Hi Razor Fries, and hello to everybody else as well. I feel bad when I say hello to one person. I say hello to you all. Hello everybody. Whoa. I know I can get away with looking at the screen, at the chat from time to time, because I'm pretty sure I'm gonna hit the target. Oh fuck, I might not. Did I fuck myself? Did I? Come on. Yeah. Oh man, I didn't make it. I thought I had that in the bag.
Race complete.
I gotta do that again. My pride's on the line. Pass. Fuck off. Pass. Still have not played Thief 1 and 2. No, I haven't. But for an undisclosed reason, because I'm a very mysterious person, I am more inclined to play that game and some other games I've been putting off now. I'm probably going to get around to Deus Ex and System Shock at some point, and then maybe I'll play Thief as well. So Thief is probably lower on the list than those two, I'm sorry to say, but we're getting there. I will play Thief. I think it's the kind of thing I like. I've said before, I actually tried to play one of them before. I think it was Deadly Shadows, so people are probably going to give me shit about that, but whatever.
Final lap.
You know, I'm not saying that was... Anyway. I tried to play one of them before and it just kept crashing on me, so... There's fuck all you can do about that, but I think there's probably GOG versions of them now that work fine, so... I think I own them on GOG, actually. Just 1 and 2, okay. Why is the target's lower now? I'm not doing particularly well this time either.
Pass.
Fucking hell, I'm doing it again. Right. No looking at the chat this time whatsoever. If I can't get it this time, I'll stop. Maybe the ship just isn't good for it, but it seems to have a pretty decent speed stat. Maybe the route I'm taking on the level isn't good either. So I've really only stuck to one sort of route. Probably pull a barrel roll there. Well, probably pull off a barrel roll there if I was determined enough. I wonder which one of them is faster. Shouldn't you have a fucking speed turbo power up for this as well? It's generally part of it, the strategy of knowing when to use your turbo. Yeah, there's definitely a faster path there on the left that I haven't been taking. Yeah, that's a lot faster. Alright, we'll have to go for that in the next lap.
Final lap.
That's probably faster as well if I drop down there. That's a whole different route. It's a pretty big divergence. Again, track design is just a bit weird. I don't know if it's bad exactly, but it's just a bit weird in 2048 compared to the other Wipeout games. I kind of like it though. I've already forgotten where this turn is. I think it's going up now. No, I'm still good to go. Maybe I just like it because I'm not used to them. They're just fresh. Here. Yeah. I wish I could have hit that pad, but yeah, that was a lot faster. Alright, I know this is boring to you guys, but I'm going to do that again. This is the way I would play it if I was playing by myself. And that's, you know, we're doing a comfy stream, so I'm just trying to relax and do things naturally. There. Alright. Let's see how much better this is. It seemed like there was some boost pads here. Okay. Okay, that's not all that different actually. It does seem a bit faster though. Stop hitting the fucking wall. Need to hit those pads as well. One thing I like about these later Wipeout games compared to the earlier one is you feel it when you go over a speed pad. I like that. If I could take one thing from these games and bring it back into the older ones, that's room for a barrel roll there. It would probably be that. It was just like... There's definitely a speed boost associated with it. I don't just mean the sort of FOV change or whatever it is that makes you feel like you're going faster. There's actually a big noticeable temporary increase in speed on your craft that isn't there in the earlier games. At least if I remember them right anyway. Ah, okay. Stop there. That's the one thing you hate about the new ones. Sorry, man. I'm annoyed at that. I really am. I'm sure I can get it with a faster ship, but I think I missed a few barrel roll opportunities as well. 80, you know, it's not that slow.
5-star speed.
I think it feels more like you're flying without the FOV increase. Yeah, sure, I can get behind that. That's what I was saying was like that's not my favorite part of it. I could take that or leave it, but just the actual speed increase that happens when you go over a pad is just more satisfying, I think. Really missed that. I've never been the best at getting barrel rolls. I watch other people playing; they just pull it off effortlessly the second they go off the ramp. I always seem to fumble them a little bit. I think that's one of the things that stopped me from beating Zico. Oh.
Final lap.
Tried too hard to hit them pads there. Should make it though. I wish I could have the music on. It's probably fine to put it on, but it's just one of those things where it's just not worth the risk. It's a little hard to see the track here.
Race complete. Pass.
Just a pass again. Fucking hell. Alright. I wasn't expecting to get shit on quite so hard, quite so fast.
5-star speed.
Anyway. Can I go further into Dark Souls 3, even just a little? Yeah, I know you guys must get sick of it, and I really hate fobbing people off, but just give it some time. And try not to read too much into that statement either, because you'll only set yourself up for disappointment. But I will be more open to talking about Dark Souls 3 in a while. And I mean, I only just played it recently anyway, you know? But, yeah. Is this a nighttime variant of a different race, or is this just...
New lap record.
I don't remember there being nighttime variants. I missed the deflector.
Missile, rockets, missile, missile,
Autopilot. Machine active. Autopilot.
Got a whole bunch of people watching. It's not good. I feel pressure. Not just feel bad that I'm not. I have this compulsion to just fucking try and
mines,
talk to the chat all the time.
missile, cannon,
Shield.
cannon,
Shield. Machine active. Mines. Mines. Shield. Shield active. Autopilot.
Fuck. Oh, typical. Typical. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, that sucks, man. I could see that coming about 2 seconds before it happened as well.
Race complete.
Yeah. Yeah, she's sleeping at the moment.
Pass. Second place.
She's in work in the morning. Well, hopefully she's asleep by now. So I'm trying not to be too loud as well.
mines,
Oh, it's not an instant elimination. I want to say that sucks, but kind of doesn't. Getting one shot by something isn't particularly fun, so. I think I'll give you random thoughts that come into my head. I've never played League of Legends, but I know that, well, from what I've read anyway, one of the designers on it talked about this idea of anti-fun or whatever, or basically, I don't even think League of Legends looks like a particularly good game, to be honest with you, okay? But
missile,
I haven't played it, so, you know, I will qualify my statement with that. I haven't played it, but if I was going to go back, I would probably play Dota if I was going to play one of those kinds of games. Even though Dota, I think, has more RNG in it, so maybe I would be better off giving League of Legends a chance. But anyway, just rambling here, basically, so. One of the things which I kind of agree with, I mean, obviously I don't think there's any hard and fast rules about how everything should be done in every game, but is this idea that, you know, when you do something cool in a multiplayer game, somebody else suffers for it, and that suffering should be taken into account by the designer. You know, so when you know, I think that equation would be useful when it comes to the plasma shot in this game, where the plasma shot in some of the Wipeout games, I believe anyway, could be misremembering, it was a one-shot kill in some of the older games, I think. But, you know, if you think about it, if you're playing online and somebody one-shot kills you, it's not going to feel good. It feels really good for them, but I think the amount of bad it would feel for you it's not worth the amount of good it feels for the person on the other end, you know? I think that's kind of tends to be a problem with multiplayer games, where when people do something that negatively impacts someone, it tends not to feel as good for them as it does feel bad for the other person. You know what I mean? So,
Elite first place.
yeah. Just completely rambling. There you go. These are the kinds of things that come into my head. If you're ever wondering kind of shit that pops into my head when I'm playing something, there's an example. So yeah, even though I'm not really all that interested in League of Legends, blah blah blah, that's something that stood out to me that I heard about in relation to that game. That kind of made sense to me. You know, one shot killing someone feels great. it does feel good. Like it's one of those things that's yes, you feel good about it, but the other person feels shitty to an even larger degree that you feel good. So really don't know how much faster that other route is.
Missile.
Rockets.
Cannon.
Rocket is pretty hard to aim when it's just one of them.
Shield. Shield active.
I don't know why I did that.
Rockets.
It's pretty weird to have a route of the map that you can seemingly only access if you have a boost power. Again, it's one of those things, you see it in other racers, but I don't think you see it all that often in Wipeout.
Rockets.
But also, I don't know if that's necessarily a bad thing, you know?
Mines.
It's just, it is interesting to me how much the map or track design in 2048 is different.
Rockets. Shield.
In first place now, right? Yeah. Hang on to the shield then. Someone in between tracks, someone asked where my accent is. You know, I can feel myself talking slightly unnaturally when I'm on stream because I want to make sure I'm clear. I wish I didn't do it. I wish I could be a bit more relaxed, but just I'm very conscious that I'm talking into a microphone, so I try and talk a bit more clearly than normal. I think I was a lot more natural when I had the mic, because the mic's a little bit far away from me, so I worry that you guys won't hear me properly. I think I was a bit more natural during that E3 stream last year when the mic was right in front of me. Oh, you just wanted to know where my accent was. Irish. I thought you were talking about me not having it to the same degree when I'm streaming or something like that.
Shield active.
Race complete.
This is something I'm conscious of when I'm streaming. Is that I don't feel as relaxed as I should, you know?
Elite pass. First place.
Combat, I don't know about that now. What was the elite target? 145. 218. I think I was quite close to that, wasn't I? Possibly. Do another time trial. Can I just... What do I have unlocked in Racebox? 2048. It's a bit weird how they just... Oh yeah, I meant to go into the settings and see... Oh, I haven't unlocked any other ones yet. I want to change that. That sucks. Let's do a race. Yeah, a lot of grinding, yeah. I don't like it. I don't like it. I mean, yeah, put a couple of extra ships in and stuff like that, but I feel like there could probably be a bit more. That comment has gone off my screen now, but somebody was saying huge work, worthy of praise or something. I just want to let you know I saw it and I appreciate it. Thank you. People ask me to do different accents. No, I don't think so. Matt's accent specifically is the hardest to imitate. It's not even Irish, it's very specific and subtle. It's cool. It is, or if Yeah, I'm from North Dublin anyway, if you were wondering. It really doesn't come across as much in my um, videos or even on the stream as it does when I'm completely relaxed. Especially not when I've had a couple of beers in me. Or when I'm annoyed. When I'm annoyed, that's... You hear the Kulak in me when I'm annoyed.
Rockets.
In first place already, yeah. This is going to be a boring race. Hey there, Matthew. Hey, Floppy. Who do you think has the better accent, you or Mecca? This is funny because me and Mecca spoke about it before ages ago. And funnily enough, we both thought that the other one had more of an Irish accent than each other. So I think he has more of an Irish accent than me, and he thinks I have more of an Irish accent than him. So there you go. I'm not saying which one is better though. They probably don't even sound all that different to you guys, but they sound different to me. Yeah.
New lap record.
It's just one of those things. Just one of those things. Oh, reading the chat. Whenever I do something really stupid, just assume I was reading the chat. Even if I wasn't. That'll be our little secret. Yeah, I think his sounds stronger, but you know.
Cannon.
Paper bag. Whoa. Fuck, I'm all over the place, man.
Final lap.
Yeah, see. Again, just gonna say the random shit that comes into my head. This is one thing that kind of annoys me in particular about remakes and all that, which is people should be aware that, you know, you've already played these games, or there's a good chance you've already played these games. Maybe I just haven't looked. Maybe this is actually in this game, but basically there should be a thing in the sentence you go into and just says, just fucking unlock everything. Just unlock everything for me, please. Because, you know, I'll probably play through all of these events anyway, but for a stream I would rather at least do something a bit more interesting, like the higher level Phantom races, you know? Even if maybe I'm not quite ready for them at the moment because I'm out of practice, but just, this is, you know, there's no challenge here, apart from whatever rubber banding is going on behind the scenes. I got into first place in the first half of the first lap and I've just stayed there the whole time. I just think there's a lot of games when they get re-released, you know, just let me do it. Like, I can understand something like Bayonetta.
Complete.
They probably wanted you to play Infinite Climax with all the shit unlocked. But something like Vanquish, you don't have any carryovers from previous things, so they probably should have had just a button in there, just give me God Hard right away. You know? I don't think I'd make for much of a voice actor. I have a fucking hard enough time just recording my scripts. These are all combat things. Okay. Again, give me the thing to unlock everything, because I actually don't want to play these combat events. I'll go with Pyrex for this, I suppose. Could just stream a different game, but this is the game I'm playing. See, the reason I'm streaming it is just I wanted to play it. That's all. Normally I stream because I want to do a stream. In this case, I just thought I'm playing a game I've already played, so I might as well stream it. I understand it's a petty complaint. Just think, you know, why not? Why not just have that button there?
Bomb. Leech beam. Cannon. Rockets.
Oh, I got someone. No, I didn't kill him.
Contender
Did I?
eliminated.
No. Oh, you get points for every weapon hit. Okay, makes sense. Love the leech beam. It's such a fucking no-skill weapon, but I've always loved it. That's
Contender eliminated.
one of my
Cannon.
fetishes, is when you
Bomb.
take somebody's health off them. I fucking love mechanics like that. If you gave me the option to
Missile.
do X amount of damage, or do half of X amount of damage, and take
Missile. Contender
half of X amount of health back into me, I think that would be objectively poor in a lot of cases. Like, if you were on full health, you'd be fucking yourself over for no reason, but I just love that. I love weapons and things like that in games, or spells or whatever. Like, that single-handedly kept me playing Guild Wars for a while. I didn't play Guild Wars that much, but that was what made me play it, because I love fucking putting the life leech on people and just watching them panic as their health started going down and mine started going up.
Missile. Missile.
You don't get points for Quake, do you? Oh, you do. Okay. It's, you know, doesn't take any skill whatsoever, does it? Press a button and get a shitload of points. Elite pass. Still have a minute and a half to go.
Missile. Leech beam.
Probably lose points for dying, I imagine, so I'm gonna absorb a couple of things. Bastards.
Contender eliminated. Contender eliminated.
Two leech beams?
Bomb. Bomb. Leech beam. Leech beam. Leech beam.
Oh, these leech beams!
Missile. Contender eliminated. Plasma.
Score 80 out of 25.
Eliminated.
I'm
Cannon.
just gonna stop and read the chat, I think.
Plasma. Contender eliminated. Plasma. Missile. Contender eliminated. Bomb.
Yeah, Guild Wars. I actually played Guild Wars before I ever tried World of Warcraft, so it definitely stuck out to me even more. It was the first MMO I played.
Bomb.
Yeah, I liked it in its own ways.
Race complete.
I do understand why World of Warcraft was more popular because of it wasn't all instanced and stuff, but yeah.
Elite pass. First place. Kyrex agility.
I didn't play the ARMS test punch. I meant to, but I get very singular minded about what I'm doing sometimes, so I forget what I was doing, but I was obsessing over something anyway. Yeah,
Combat
I think,
systems ready.
yeah, I don't know what I was doing. Because I think the script for the new video was done by that point. I probably should have just fucking played it, but anyway. Yeah, I didn't play it. I really should have, but I figure I'm probably just gonna buy it anyway. Even if it's not all that good, because I didn't buy Mario Kart or anything like that. Basically, the only Switch game I have is Breath of the Wild, so I'm gonna give Nintendo a freebie and just get ARMS and see how it is. I need to send my Switch back as well, because I've got a problem with one of the Joy-Cons.
Rockets. Rockets. Plasma. Contender eliminated.
The maniacal laugh. I love it. Hit someone. Oh fuck. Ah yeah, there we go. I love it. Slow down.
Eliminated.
Get the quake, slow down, wait for everybody to get in front of you.
Mines.
Probably nearly got the elite thing already.
Plasma.
Yeah.
Mines. Contender eliminated. Contender eliminated.
I wonder if I can just sit back and let this done. Yeah, I'm not really interested in playing these combat things. I'll do one more quake.
Contender
It should be
eliminated.
more than enough. I'm just gonna read the chat until this thing times out. Or can you finish it now? Yeah, be nice if you could just finish it. Yeah, I got a defective Joy-Con yet. It's fine most of the time. If you keep it, it's this weird line of sight problem. You just would not expect a modern controller to have that problem, but yeah. Token in Smithfield. I might give it a look, yeah. Little bar arcade. Yeah, the arcades are pretty much all dead here. I think Dr. Quirky's is still kicking, but that's about it. It'd be nice to have somewhere like that to go, alright. Do you think Kamiya could do a Star Fox game? Well, he said he would like to. I'm going the right way, am I? Yeah. Oh, that's cool. I
Cannon.
don't know about that. He said he'd like to. I don't think they're going to do one now. That Star Fox Zero didn't pan out. I think as much as he says he would like to work on a Star Fox game, maybe he's the type of person that would just rather do his own thing, but I don't know. It's not like I can speak for him on that, you know?
Race complete.
I think the reason it doesn't end when you hit gold is so you can try for a high score, but it's kind of pointless in a combat thing. I mean, there's just so much RNG there. Another fucking combat event, Jesus Christ. Can I do the next one? No. That'll go away. Hopefully we're still streaming. We're due to have the dark minute any minute now. I've explained this before, but basically the stream is going to cut out for about a minute. At some point. I cannot believe Visar is still the best ship that I have. There was an interview with Platinum today. I didn't read that. I think Kamiya is pretty dedicated to making his own IPs. He feels he has to because the industry isn't creative enough. I don't know about that. Maybe there's an element of that there, but I do think he probably would like to work on a sequel to one of his own games at some point. I mean, I do think creative people tend to want to move on and do new things a lot of the time, but also, you know, when you've been making games for 20 years, you probably do want to give yourself a sequel. Because making a sequel is interesting in its own way, because you get to build on what you've done before, you know? So it's not always creatively bankrupt or whatever way you want to put it to make a sequel to something, you know? You're getting to refine something. But he kind of does that anyway when making new games, so I don't know. I don't even remember what this event is. I'm assuming it's just a standard race. This on a higher speed class? I think it is. Autopilot. If any of you have played Wipeout 3, I know that you have abused the autopilot on the mall level. Fucking such a great little trick. I might as well just explain myself for people that don't know. Basically, there's this really long turn. It's just this spiral that goes downwards for ages on one of the maps in Wipeout 3. And think in the earlier Wipeout games, the autopilot would kick in for X number of seconds and then it would turn off. But they realized that it was kind of fucking people up because it would disengage in the middle of a turn and you wouldn't really be able to correct yourself properly if it did that. So they made it so that the autopilot wouldn't disengage if it was in the middle of a turn. And you could do it on that massive turn and you would perfectly go down that turn. I'm gonna hit that divider a lot. You have to do 5 laps. This definitely feels faster.
New lap record.
Shield. Shield active.
Rockets. Cannon.
Missile.
Rockets.
Rockets.
Cannon.
Turbo.
Cannon. Missile.
Oh, too early. Oh,
Missile.
hello. Didn't know about that route there.
Turbo.
See, I've forgotten a lot of stuff about these tracks, which is cool.
Turbo.
New lap record. Final lap.
Should have planted them.
Shield. Shield active. Shield. Shield active. Turbo. Cannon. Mines.
That is a much better route through there. I cannot believe I haven't been doing that. Might as well try up here as well. Oh, don't like that you can hit that. It seems kind of unnecessary. They could have made that a hologram or something.
Elite pass. First place.
I can do that now. Okay. That was it. That's the end of this thing, I think. Okay. Yeah, there's no need for politics shit. Sorry, I haven't been reading the chat, but if that's going on,
5-hour speed.
I mean, don't really know what else to say. There's just not any need for it. There's enough of that shit everywhere else. I don't get why people can't just give that up sometimes, you know? I'm not saying everybody should shut up or anything. Just... Yeah,
Missile.
don't remember this track at all.
Shield active.
This is I think this is a reverse.
Engaged.
Is it?
Disengaging. Rockets.
No. Just haven't played it yet.
Turbo.
Cannon. Rockets.
Rockets.
New lap record.
Cannon. Rockets. Cannon. Rockets.
Cannon.
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 Oh, come on. It's nice how pretty the tracks look at points, but it does make it hard to see sometimes.
Active.
I thought when I was playing 2048 the first time around it was just because it was a small screen, but actually playing it again, I think they might just be a bit too cluttered. because it's still a bit hard to distinguish sometimes.
Rockets.
At least the smoke does seem to have been
Cannon.
toned down a bit.
Cannon. Missile.
Rockets. Shield. Shield active.
Rockets.
Turbo. Turbo.
Race complete.
Hey, Brendan. Hello.
Elite pass. First place.
Were you not paying attention? Was that all against... That looks like it was all against the one type of ship.
5
The end.
speed.
Yeah, Rockstar and Valve, they don't do E3. I mean, I don't... It's nothing to be annoyed about. It's just... it's just the way they do things. I don't really blame them. I don't think it's something they should be hassled about or anything like that. It's kind of good in a way because it means that you don't get everything at E3. You wouldn't want absolutely everything to be announced at E3. That wouldn't be very fun.
Missile. Cannon. Missile.
Autopilot.
Quake. Rockets.
Missile.
Missile. Rockets.
See if we can mine the chat for something else to talk about rather than doing this whole race in silence. Is there anything to give a shit about at this year's E3? Mario Odyssey should be good, hopefully.
Missile.
Hopefully. But
Cannon.
I don't know if I will actually bother to watch the trailer for it. I feel like I've seen enough of it now at this point. So, I don't know.
Rockets. Huge shield.
That was smooth, getting all them pickups. Pretty happy with that.
Rockets. Plasma.
I'm trying to think if there is anything else at E3 this year. I'm expecting From Software to have something. I don't know what though. I think we might get Death Stranding gameplay this year as well.
Final lap.
That could be good.
Rockets.
Game was still announced a year or two too early though, most likely.
Rockets. Rockets. Shield. Shield active.
Don't know.
Rockets. Turbo.
I think really though what we hope, generally what all of us hope for from E3 more than anything else is something that we didn't expect. Not the thing that we knew was coming, but the thing that we didn't see coming. You know?
Race complete.
So that's what you find interesting. So it's hard to say beforehand.
Elite pass. First place.
Think you'll ever do a video on the Talos Principle? I don't know if you've heard me say this before, but I actually started writing a video on it and it didn't really go all that well, so that's why you haven't seen one from me. I wanted to talk about it, but sometimes there's games I want to talk about and it just doesn't click, and it would be nice to try again, to go back to the script and give it another go,
Speed.
but at the same time you have to rationalize if you weren't really happy with it the first time, is it really worth going back to try again? I don't know. I would like to talk about it though. I liked it, in case you can't tell from that. I liked the Talos Principle quite a lot. I think it was a good game, so yeah. Silence that phone. I don't know if it's been ringing all the time. Someone's asking about Silent Hill. Well, at the moment, I still haven't played the original Silent Hill. But at the moment, Silent Hill 2 is my favourite of them. Yeah, I like 2 a lot. Again, it's one of those things where, you know, you have all these things you want to say and you just think, if you say the interesting things that you really want to talk about now, then there's never any point in making a video, you know? Whereas if I try and keep it to myself, then maybe someday I will actually be able to put it down into something that I'm happy with in video form, you know? I like them. I like Silent Hill 2 and 3. Yeah, I really don't know what to say beyond that. I would say for games of their type, they are the scariest ones of their type, you know? That kind of survival horror. The kind of survival horror, you know, like Resident Evil. Resident Evil is not as scary as Silent Hill. Doesn't mean they're worse games exactly, because I would have said, if you'd asked me a couple of years ago, that Silent Hill was a lot better than Resident Evil. But playing the Resident Evil remake recently reminded me that those games are good in a different way, you know? There's a sort of enjoyment to them that you don't get with Silent Hill either. Especially with Resident Evil remake. I've said this several times since that stream, but I'm shocked at how good that game was. Because I really wasn't expecting it after playing the original. Like, I'm not saying the original Resident Evil was bad, far from it, you know, but it just shocked me that Resident Evil remake was such an improvement and such an evolution on it, you know. And I think that game is enjoyable in a very different way to Silent Hill, which is good. Silent Hill is straight up just more scary, to me anyway.
Perfect lap.
I know horror is one of those very subjective things, but I can't imagine many people that would find Resident Evil genuinely scarier than the scariest moments of Silent Hill. I just can't imagine very many people like that exist, personally. But yeah, so I would say if there's one thing Silent Hill does really well, is that it's actually just genuinely scary games, you know? As far as that type of survival horror goes, I think they did it really well. Yeah, I know I should have played Remake years ago, I really should have, but I just didn't. I don't know. I haven't played the new Resident Evil. Yeah, I understand that there's only some of you watching, very, very small percentage of people watching, and so I'm not really spoiling anything for the majority of viewers, but I don't know. Maybe it's the wrong way to think, but I feel like once it's out there, then it's sort of a catharsis for me, and like the idea is gone and it's out, and I've done it, you know? I suffer this problem even partially anyway already, though, with one of the problems I have, like one thing that I'm suffering from at the moment right now, is I'm in the editing phase of the video. So I've done the audio, the script is done. I do actually have to change a couple of little lines in the script, but that's fine. The script is done. The video is coming together. But the problem is, I've written it. I wrote it. You know, I wrote it and recorded it a week ago. And to me, it's done. Everything I've said, everything I have to say about that topic is said. And now I just have to make the fucking video. So it's this weird thing where to me the video is already done, you know? And you sort of lose motivation, even though the video, you should be getting more excited at this point. You know? It's weird. I should be getting more excited about it now because, you know, if I hammer away at it, I'll be able to get it out to you soon and be getting feedback on it soon. And, you know, you guys will be happy to be another video. All those things are motivating factors, but there's just this idea that it's already done. I've already said the thing I wanted to say, whether you guys have seen it yet or not. You know, it's not a logical thing at all.
A-class.
This is a good question. Do you make a list of games you intend to analyze, or do you just do whatever you feel like? I make a list, but I'm thinking of changing that. Basically, I was discussing that with my little helper, and we both agreed that it's a problem. I have this list of shit that I want to do, and it's been a big problem for me, I think, where I have built it up. By the time I get around to doing something, I've built it up in my head so much. That's part of the problem, is why it takes me so fucking long. Whereas if I just did the things I was passionate about when I was passionate about them, I would probably be a lot quicker at it, you know? Part of the problem, this goes back ages now, but part of the problem is like just this gradual drift that started to happen around the time of when I did the Mario series. See, I was planning to do the Dark Souls video before the Mario series, but just the way the channel was at the time, I was like, I think it would be better if I just got some more videos out right now, so I think it would be good if I did the Mario series first, you know? So the Dark Souls thing got put on the back burner, and then by the time I got around to the Dark Souls thing, it was just built up in my head so much, and I've never really caught back up to where I wanted to be. There was, I posted on Twitter, there's a game, there's this thing I was working on in January. Some of you might know what it is. I'm almost positive some of you know what it is. Actually, I believe you don't have to say, but I think if I remember right from the comments, Not a Skeleton in the chat knows what it is. I think, but you don't have to say now, Not a Skeleton, okay? But I think some of you know there's a certain video I want to do, and I did a big chunk of work on it in January. I still haven't got back to it yet, and I still have several other videos that I feel like I should do before that one. So by the time I get around to that one, you know, it's just... So I've decided, once I clear up a few more videos, I am going to... I'm going to... I could be wrong. I think... I know you're a regular viewer and Not a Skeleton. You've been here in the stream several times. I think... Anyway, it doesn't matter. Anyway, this game... And I did a big load of work on it in January, and I still haven't gotten back to it since then. So... That's just one thing. So I've decided now that I should just do whatever it is that I'm passionate about at the moment, rather than thinking ahead or making all these plans, you know. And that's actually one of the things that's delayed the current video a little bit, because I sorry, Not a Skeleton, I didn't mean to pick on you. I was hoping to get this new video out soon, but I played a game recently that I just kind of said I'll give this a go, and I wasn't expecting to like it as much as I did, and I got into it, and so I spent some time playing it, which detracted from the current video. But also I decided I should get a start on the script for this now, because this is the thing I'm passionate about right now. This is the thing I want to talk about right now, you know? So even just the other day, I spent a whole day on the script for that thing instead of working on the video that I should be doing. So maybe that was a bad idea, I don't know. But yeah. A bit of a fucking mess at times, but that's... So, to answer your question, the original question was, do you have a list or do you just do things? I have a list, but I should just do things, I think. And that's what I'm going to try and do going forward. Whoa, wasn't looking at the screen. I want to get the elite pass on this thing because it's his own mod. Let's find another question. Yeah, shorter videos are good. Little morale boosts, alright. How many unfinished scripts do you have in the backlog? Got 2 that will probably never see the light of day. one that I'm on the fence about. One that's basically finished, but I'm on the fence about whether I want to post it. I mentioned this before. You all said post it. I probably will post it, but I'm still not 100%. It's only a short one anyway. I've got one more that's nearly finished that I'm very happy with. So that one will be going up for sure. And I have the January thing that I want to do, which I haven't really started scripting yet, but I have a lot of notes on. And then there's probably a few more scripts. There's a few more things floating around. Some of them that were scrapped, like the Talos Principle, things like that, you know. So those other ones will be scrapped already. They're kind of written off in my head. I think I have a couple more things. I have notes on a whole bunch of other games that I'm interested in doing as well. I'll straight up tell you. I will tell you one of them because I'm way too cryptic about this shit all the time. One of the things that I did was when I did that Resident Evil Remake stream, I was surprised at how good the game was. So when I finished doing that stream over the next couple of days, I played through the game several times. I think I finished it 2 or 3 times, and then I made a bunch of notes on it. Whether that'll ever turn into a video, I don't know. I would like it to. But yeah, because that's what I was passionate about when I played it. I was like, wow, I'm surprised how good this is, you know? So I want to tell everybody how surprisingly good this game was. And even though it probably wasn't a surprise for a lot of people. But yeah. So I have a few other games like that. Like I have tons of notes on Breath of the Wild already. As soon as I finished it, I went and I wrote a shocking amount of notes on that game, more than I usually write. A lot of those will probably get cut, but I figured while it was fresh in my head, it would be good to just write down as much stuff as possible. So I have taken to, I don't make notes while I'm playing a game, but when I'm done playing it, I tend to sit down and try and get some thoughts down, just in case I decide to go anywhere with it, you know? So there's a whole load of those. I got up to max speed. It's not bad. It's easier to get to max speed in this game. I cannot believe that's not an elite thing. Oh yeah, the elite, maybe it's 55, is it? Yeah. The elite things tend to be pretty tough on this. I remember that from playing 2048. What was the elite? I bet it was 55. 60. Okay. Feel less bad now. I always hate when I miss out on something by just a tiny bit. How good is your handwriting? Not good. Any notes, ideas for a video you've done that didn't make it into the final script? All the time. Yeah, all the time. But those things get cut for a reason, you know? So for me to start talking about them would kind of defeat the purpose. How long is your hair? It is... At the moment, it is... let me see if I can get a decent... It's long enough anyway. It's long for a dude. It's not at my shoulders or anything, but it's full, I would say. It's probably about 7 or 8 inches long, maybe. Maybe a bit shorter than that. 6 inches, maybe. I get a haircut, hippie. I tend, I'm not very fashion conscious or anything like that, so I tend to, my hair tends to come and go, both on my face and on my head. So right now I have a beard, but it's just, I just grow it out and then I cut it off, and I grow it out and I cut it off. I'm not into maintenance, so I just let these things grow, and then once they reach a point, I just cut them off again, and it's kind of refreshing anyway. There's this really weird feeling when you grow your beard out and then you cut it off and you can feel the wind on your face for the next day or two. It's crazy. I really should cut my hair though. I've been meaning to cut my hair and my beard off because it's summer and it's just fucking way too hot. So now would be a good time to do it.
Leech beam. Leech beam.
I basically have the grooming habits of a dog.
Cannon. Leech beam. Leech beam.
New lap record.
Cannon. Leech beam. Leech beam.
Is this a combat thing or something? I feel like there's a lot of weapon use happening. Yeah, I'd like to shave my head. I haven't had a shaved head in a long time. Last few times I had my hair cut, I've just kind of cut it short. I would like to shave it off completely.
Leech beam. Cannon. Cannon.
And I was not paying attention to the track at all.
Cannon. Cannon.
New lap record. Final lap.
Leech beam. Cannon. Leech beam.
Race complete.
How do you feel about the multiple shoutouts you've gotten on Game Grumps? I'm always grateful whenever anybody gives me a shoutout. I know I don't see me. I'm a robot. I know I come across as a robot online. It's just me trying to be professional. Plus, I'm not a very emotional person. You know, which isn't to say that I don't have emotions. I have emotion. I have some emotions more than others, but you know, I'm not I'm not energetic about, yeah, it's great, it's cool, let's get together sort of thing, But it doesn't mean that, it doesn't mean I'm not appreciative of all the support people give me and stuff like that, I don't know.
Final lap.
Just worried I come across as a fucking dickhead sometimes, even though it's just the way I am. This part of the track is wider than I remember. I do like that little feature of this track. I think that's probably one of the better alternate routes they've ever done, where you've got these two alternate routes that come out on a sort of 90-degree angle, so it's hard to take both of them. What the fuck? What the fuck? Was that one lap? Am I going mental or what?
First place.
Okay, another Pfizer ship. That was one lap. Okay, weird. Oh, zone. I like zone. Did the zone ships actually have different stats or what? Because I like that in HD they didn't. They were all the same. I like that. Although it did mean that you could just pick whatever team to farm reputation with them in zone mode. But I mean, that doesn't matter really. Are you playing on hard mode? There is no hard. You have to build up to it. At least as far as I'm aware anyway. What are your thoughts on Ori 4? Do you think it is as good a game as people think it is? I was not a big fan of Resident Evil 4 many years ago. I mean, I liked it. But I've gained more appreciation for it over time. So, Yeah, it's another one of those games I would like to talk about at some point. I would say that I don't want to say it's overrated or underrated or anything like that, but I would say, and maybe this is just because I haven't seen many people talking about it or whatever, but I feel like years ago when I didn't think as much of Resident Evil 4 as I do now, and I would see people talking about it, I don't think any of those people ever really captured what it is that made me like it in the end. You know, that really grabbed me when I played it again not so long ago.
Zone 5.
So I would like to
Perfect lap.
get that across to people. I would like to really isolate the things that I enjoy about it and help other people enjoy those things, you know? That's the best part of my job. That's the thing that I want to do more than anything else. I don't know if this person is here because I don't even know who it was. One of the comments from the streams, I think it was the Bayonetta stream. It has stuck in my head, and it's come back to me at the weirdest times. I think about it every once in a while. Somebody said, "Fuck you, Matthew. You got me to play Shin Megami Tensei, and now I can't play any other JRPGs." And that's the fucking essence of it right there. That's, that made me happy. Like,
Zone 10.
I'm sure whoever made that comment was happy as well, you know? Like, there's a sort of begrudging element to it, obviously. But that's what it's all about, you know? And, so that comment has really stuck in my head. I don't know if you're there, whoever you are. It doesn't really even matter. It's just, I think that kind of sums up, when you do something well, and open people's eyes to things, and it just, I don't know, you get a better appreciation for things when you appreciate good things. Somebody says, "Fuck you, Matthew. You got me to play Cooler World, and now I can't play any other puzzle platformer." We have that on the stream now for posterity. What's your favorite demon? Trumpeter. Trumpeter. I'm glad you're enjoying SMT4. I went neutral on Nocturne. I don't like any of the reasons.
Zone 15. Clear.
As far as I can't really pick.
A class.
I don't. I mean, there's not blah blah blah. There's not much story to spoil in Nocturne, so I don't really want to spoil anything. But I like what happened with the teacher. As far as the different sort of storylines of Nocturne go, I found that one the most interesting for whatever reason. I just really like the cutscene that happens when you're in the what was it, Yoyogi Park, when you go back there and you find her. The cutscene there was really cool. But that doesn't really count for the question that you asked. I'm trying to be as vague as possible here, even though the story doesn't really matter as much in Nocturne as it does in lots of other Shin Megami Tensei games. You changed my mind about Bioshock Infinite and now I hate it. Well, I suppose that's kind of what I was talking about, but in the opposite direction. Yeah, the stream always devolves into Shin Megami Tensei. We should ban Shin Megami Tensei questions for now, because we've been doing a good job of steering clear of it
Zone
this stream,
25
so
clear.
let's talk about something else, guys. I feel like, I mean, I like Shin Megami Tensei. I do feel when it comes to the stream, it does come up a disproportionately large amount of the time. Maybe it's just because it's one of those things I'm actually willing to talk about. Yeah. Might hit that ramp next lap. Why the fuck am I doing barrel rolls in zone mode? Can somebody tell me?
Zone 30 clear.
It's so fucking dumb. Do you think you get extra points for doing a barrel roll in zone mode, actually? Yeah, I'm pretty sure you do. You did in HD anyway.
A+ class.
But I never really cared about the score all that much. Nope. That's annoying. Although it looks like you don't actually lose any energy for it. Fuck. I'm not going to get the elite pass on this. I'm pretty happy with how difficult these zone things are right from the get-go.
Zone
I'm sure once I get used to them they won't be that hard, but... I like that they set the bar for the elite pass relatively high. Hey, we got it. Whoa. Let's see what else we got in the chat. Sorry if this was asked before, but did you listen to those new Radiohead songs from the OK Computer sessions? I listened to I Promise, which was pretty good. Well, it didn't wow me. I mean, I can see why they left it off the album, for sure. Even just disregarding the fact that the song itself didn't really blow me away. It didn't. I don't think it really fits with OK Computer that much. Which is, that's not necessarily a bad thing, just that's why it wasn't on the album, I suppose.
Zone 40.
I have that thing ordered. Well, it was a birthday present. My birthday was at the same time that that thing went up, so the vinyl with the thing. All the extra stuff. I don't actually have a record player yet, but I'm hoping to get one. We've been looking at places to move to,
Energy
finally,
critical.
and hopefully might have a bigger place to move to at some point in the next month or two. There is somewhere we have our eye on, but it's
Mach
not
1.1.
not available yet. We'll see how that goes, and then if I have more space I can get a record player and fucking arcade stick and all the other shit that I want to buy. Tried the barrel roll there, believe it or not. Just on autopilot. It's gonna crash.
Contender eliminated. Zone event complete.
Why do you say computer games a lot? It's just what I've called them since I was a kid. I've gone over this before, but basically to me, saying video games sounds like an American thing to me. So for me, it seems pretentious to say video games. I'm not saying it's pretentious for you to say video games, because that's what you call them. But for me, just because it's not the natural thing for me to say, it seems pretentious, you know? Oh, I'm not into fighting games, so that's the problem. I want to get a fight stick. I want to get a fight stick and then go hard on Guilty Gear. I've picked out Guilty Gear as my game that I want to get into. But I just really don't have the space for one. So, I know that sounds ridiculous, but we have so much shit here. Just an arcade stick alone is just, the more clutter you have in a room, just the harder it is to live in it. I already have to do a load of rearranging whenever I want to record shit, and it's just horrible. Yeah, now would be a good time to get into Guilty Gear, I think, with that. Was it Revelator 2 or something like that? I don't know. There's a new version out anyway. I didn't pitch up there. If I'd pitched up, I would have got a barrel roll. I have a hard time saying barrel roll tonight. Barrel roll. Three laps. That wasn't too bad. Kind of clean in its own weird way. That was bad. You know, I'd say that little shortcut, if you can call it that, probably isn't even worth taking on Phantom because, or S Plus or whatever the fuck they call it in 2048, because you'd have to make such a sharp turn at the end there. You'd have to cut your speed pretty dramatically. I'd say the other route is better when you're on the higher speed classes. Could be wrong. Maybe if you did the side shift right, you could get out with enough speed to make it worth it, but it seems like it's a lot of hassle for very little fucking payoff. Plus there's speed boosts on this one as well. But you know, it's good if the routes aren't obviously better than each other.
Race complete. Pass.
Huh. If you could choose one game to play for the rest of your life, what would it be? I'm not sure.
5R agility.
I'm not sure. I think I answered that question before though. Although knowing me, I probably just said the Wonderful 101, but I do think there's better games you could pick to play forever. What's the craziest thing you've pulled off in a game? That's for me to know and you to find out, I think.
C-Class.
I haven't been reading the chat properly, but yeah, I am interested in what people's take is on Guilty Gear. I know it has an extremely good tutorial. I've seen some of that and it looks very good. I do think I know enough about the basics of fighting games that I probably wouldn't need a really great tutorial to get into them, but it certainly couldn't fucking help. Play Blaze Blue. The giant arrow launcher in Demon Souls. That was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. I thought I had something there I wanted to read, but I don't know. Yeah, just interesting. problem with Guilty Gear is way too much gimmicky shit to learn. I do kind of get that impression that all the characters have this mad stuff, but I think I would kind of prefer that to them all being sort of samey. But yeah, I could definitely see that being a problem. I know there's a guy who tosses coins and he only has so many coins per match. And that's just the tip of the iceberg, isn't it? So, I'm pretty sure nearly every character has something weird like that, but I kind of like that. So I'm not sure that would be a chore for me. But you know, I haven't really played it, so... I haven't played Nier Automata, no. It's on my to-do list. I will get around to it soon. I was really expecting it to be patched by now on the PC. I was waiting for a PC patch. I was really expecting that to have happened now. It still has a weird problem where when you turn it on you don't even get the right resolution or something, right? Seems very strange, especially with how quickly they patched Bayonetta and Vanquish. They've both been patched pretty well from the sounds of it. So I don't know what's going on there. I mean, I could just get the PS4 version, or I could just use the mod, but I don't know. I'd just like to have a nice, clean PC version of the game, you know? I'm not in such a rush to play it that I can't wait to see how that shakes out. That's the problem there. That's why I haven't played it yet. I am looking forward to it though. Even though the original Nier didn't grab me as much as it grabbed some people, I think there's a good chance I'll like Automata better. But I don't know. Find another thing. I haven't played Ukulele yet, no. Not sure if I'm going to get around to that, to be honest with you, because there's so much other stuff that I would give priority to over Ukulele that, I don't know.
15 clear. A-class.
Do you know what I'd like to see at E3? This is just a pipe dream, but it just popped into my head. Again, we're just doing some stream of consciousness tonight, guys. And gals. Guys and gals. Yeah, Banjo. Not a new Banjo. Well, maybe a new Banjo, but I mean, what I'd really like to see, because Microsoft are pushing the PC angle so much, I'd like to see the Rare collection ported to PC. I know that's a pipe dream, but that would be something unexpected and interesting. Seems like a good track for Zone, so we could be here for quite a while. That bit's probably where I'm gonna die. Whenever it happens. Look how wide that track is. Or no, this part would be the part where I die. Let's look at the chat again. Yeah, Rare Replay is definitely the most interesting thing on the Xbox for me as well. Will you do a review on Rare Replay? No, I don't think so. There's something like 20 games in there. Oh, I just called my team the Phantoms or whatever the default thing is. Typical uncreative, bland Matthew. Has to call them the Phantoms. I know I said it earlier, but I really like these zone visuals they have for
Zone
2048.
clear.
Yeah, that's definitely the part where I'm gonna die. I don't know what it is, but I really find the track hard to see at this point, even though it's so wide. I really have a hard time picking it out. Even on the regular mode, I was crashing there. Fucking hell. I'm wondering which way I should tackle that. I think maybe just going straight forward is better.
Zone 35 clear.
See, look at that. That's just psychedelic, man. That's just fucking hard to see. That's just hard to see, man. I'm having a seizure over here. Jesus Christ. How did I ever play that at 30 frames a second? Fucking hell.
Mach 1. Zone 40
Yeah, that's the run killer right there, that turn. So even this, you get used to it if you just memorize the turns. That's what I should be doing. I should be following that line on the ceiling. That's how I'm going to track that from the future. Might get a perfect song here. Maybe. Nope.
Mach 1.1.
That was close as well. Fuck. Alright, let's look for that line on the ceiling now. It's not there. It's not there. There it is. Fuck.
Zone 45
Fuck.
clear.
Oh man. Oh wow. Yeah, that plan went real well. Okay. I don't know. Am I mental or is this just really fucking hard to see? I said it earlier before I even started playing this mode, before any of you start saying this bullshit excuse or whatever. It looks really cool, but it's just it's tough, man.
Energy critical.
So you probably have to get to zone 60. No, there we go. 50.
EV pass.
Yeah. I do think the line on the ceiling probably is the best way. Just not used to using it.
Clear.
You know, you shouldn't have to struggle that hard to see the fucking track. That's not where the difficulty should come from.
Contender eliminated.
Not bad.
Zone event complete.
Getting old, yeah.
EV pass.
Yeah, it's not... I think in the other zone mode you get into the zone a bit easier, you know? It's not as tough on your eyes, so you can just relax a bit. The fuck? Oh, prototype challenge. Cool.
5-hour
Yeah,
prototype.
let's do that. Yeah, normally I can. That's what I'm saying though. I found it a lot easier to get into that flow state in the HD with the HD visuals. I just think it just because you really need it to click with your brain in a sort of primal way that those visuals don't. At least not yet. You know, the more you play it, the more you'll memorize the track, but it's not really the same thing.
Mines.
Because I find maybe it's just because I've subconsciously absorbed the track or whatever, but you know, I'm not normally thinking about the track when I'm playing zone mode. I don't know. I doing here? Just trying to win a race?
Mines. Cannon.
New lap record.
Rockets.
Cannon.
Fucking hell.
Turbo.
This is what we need.
Mines.
Shield.
Hey, 8? Jesus Christ.
Cannon. Shield.
The speed class is still slower than I would like, but I do like how difficult this game starts off. It doesn't baby you too much.
Shield.
Missile.
I suppose wipeouts have always kind of been like that. Generally been considered pretty tough,
Turbo.
New lap record.
not skill ceiling, what was it? Learning curve.
Rockets.
Turbo.
I think I would be able to get a... No,
Missile. Rockets.
that worked out okay.
Missile.
A lot of weapon use this time around.
Autopilot.
Sometimes they just go mental on the weapons, and other times...
Cannon.
They do 10 laps? What the fuck?
Cannon. Rockets. Reach beam.
This is really weird. You do 10 laps in one race and 1 lap in another one?
Shield. Shield.
I definitely want to look at the chat. I was worried I would lose this one, but I think with 10 laps I'll be okay.
Cannon. Rockets.
New lap record.
Fucking hell.
Quake.
Autopilot.
Cannon.
Mines.
Missile. Mines. Rockets.
I forgot this game is going to have detonator mode as well, isn't it?
Rockets.
Mines. Missile.
Maybe I'm going to lose this after all. I'm back in fucking 7th place again.
Plasma.
Tried to barrel roll there, it's a fucking mag section. There we go.
Cannon. Rockets.
Autopilot.
Stop giving me fucking autopilots.
Missile. Cannon. Plasma. Missile. Cannon. Rockets.
Autopilot.
Back in 8th place again. Catch up at the start of every lap and then lose it. Too slow. I think if I can get a decent lead and stop getting fucking hit by weapons all the time,
Rockets.
Shield. Shield.
or I could just slam into the wall.
Mines.
That as well.
Missile.
Turbo.
Plasma.
Autopilot.
Missile.
Fuck.
Engaged.
I thought I had a plasma, that's why I used that. It was warning me about a plasma, I think. I was wondering if people were going to start getting eliminated because it's such a long race.
Missile. Rockets.
Need to go for the defensive weapons.
Shield active. Shield. Autopilot. Shield. Shield active.
Cannon. Rockets.
Shield. Shield active. Mines.
Cannon. Rockets.
Turbo.
You can tell it's serious now because I've shut the fuck up. There we go. I think now we've finally got a comfortable lead.
Turbo.
Perfect lap. New lap record.
Shield. Rockets. Turbo.
Oh man, my face is itchy. Oh god.
Shield. Shield active. Plasma. Turbo.
Yeah, it's the thing about this, once you get a lead, you just have to not blow it. Missing those speed pads wasn't good.
Cannon.
Autopilot. Turbo.
Oh man. You guys seem happy enough amongst yourselves. That's good.
Mines. Autopilot. Turbo. Turbo. Turbo.
New lap record. Final lap.
Turbo. Shield. Mines. Autopilot. Shield. Turbo. Shield.
Race complete.
It's so weird that you have to do 10 laps on that. I want Matt to be my dad so he would review whatever game I asked him to review. What an entitled child you are. Certainly would not review your games.
Elite pass. First place.
Sorry about the creaky chair, by the way. It's the only comfortable chair I have. All the furniture in this apartment is like it was made for. See, I'm not tall or anything, but it's fucking Lilliputian furniture. What's the difference with this one? 80, 70. It's got fuck all difference. It's got fuck all difference. It's the exact same. Actually, it has less firepower. What? Oh. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Apparently when it hits speed pads, it can go to a higher top speed or something like that. What games would you never let your kids play? Bad ones. Yeah. Then if I start talking about bad games, you're all just gonna freak out, so.
Plasma. Bomb. Cannon. Bomb.
What? Mines. What's going on? Is this, oh, it's another weapon thing. I should have picked this vehicle.
Contender
Doesn't matter.
eliminated. Rockets.
Fucking hell.
Cannon. Bomb. Contender eliminated. Rockets. Bomb. 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 Contender eliminated. Cannon. Missile.
Can't believe I missed with that.
Critical. Missile.
I'm just gonna restart this. You would let them play Catherine? If they were kids, I don't know. Maybe? Maybe.
Bomb.
Do you think kids are insulated from that kind of stuff?
Bomb.
Maybe more than they should be, you know?
Contender eliminated. Bomb.
Oh yeah, Catherine is pretty fucked up at parts,
Contender eliminated.
which I like about it.
Plasma. Contender eliminated. Bomb. Missile.
You'd have some nightmares, alright, wouldn't you?
Bomb. Bomb. Energy critical. Bomb. 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 Contender eliminated.
Did good to land all 3 rockets in a row there. Not bad. I really just don't like these combat things though, I never have.
Contender eliminated. Cannon. Bomb. Bomb.
Mines are fucking useless.
Cannon.
Feels like those cannon things should be worth a bit more.
Bomb.
I suppose at least it's guaranteed points compared to a rocket.
Contender eliminated.
You're bound to hit at least 1 or 2 shots with it. It's just kind of the benefit of it compared to other weapons.
Bomb. Missile. Bomb. Energy critical.
Thought that plasma was going to land. I thought that was going to be a cheeky plasma.
Missile. Contender eliminated. Bomb. Bomb.
Yeah, I played one of the Burnout games. I don't know which one. I played Burnout Paradise a bit actually. I liked it.
Contender eliminated.
I remember it being surprisingly enjoyable to just drive around in. Which, you know, is a good fucking thing for a racing game. Or a car game, or whatever you want to call it.
Missile. Bomb. Contender eliminated.
Where you gotta avoid the green things. Seems to just be mines. Should let that lock on.
Contender eliminated. Bomb.
That it?
Race complete.
Whatever, I'll take a pass.
4th place.
Jesus Christ, some of the shit you see in the chat when you look back at it after 2 or 3 minutes. Okay.
Fight our speed.
Oh, you can turn 180 degrees. I just forgot about that completely, yeah. Yeah, I did give up on Rain World, I did. I just couldn't get into it. Just... I didn't dislike how punishing it was, because I thought that that was actually one of the most interesting things about it. I think it was maybe the best thing about it, of what little of the game I saw, because I really didn't manage to get far. I played for a couple of hours and I think I got through 2 or 3 areas in that amount of time. But yeah, how punishing it was kind of good, because it encouraged you to play the game in a certain way that I'm not really sure any other game has ever really pulled off. So that's why I was so interested in the game, and why I wanted to talk about it, play it, and just see where it was going, you know? Basically, you know, losing your progress the way you do when you die, I think that really encouraged you to play more like an animal, which is clever, you know? The game was pushing you to play that way. It was pushing you to explore your surroundings slowly, you know, get some food, go back to the shelter. Don't try to just fucking go through an area in one go. That's where people run into a brick wall in the game. That's the problem. They try to play it like a Metroidvania or something, where the idea is you're just constantly going through new areas and stuff. But that really wasn't the point, and I like that, because I'm not sure I've seen any other game do that, you know? I always like when a game does something new. But just the rest of it just fell apart for me. It didn't control particularly well, and again, the ecology thing, that's something very appealing to me as a fan of the Oddworld games, you know? But I do agree with the people who say that the game was prone to RNG sort of just fucking you over at times with very little that you could do. I don't think it's bad as some people were saying, where you just get eaten for no reason, but there was definitely points where that happened to me. Like, I know that you can tell when something is going through the pipe because it flashes, and I got used to that. One time I tried to do it, the pipe started flashing. I tried to go through the pipe, the split second it started flashing, something just popped out and at me. Whereas before I had been able to just go through the pipe when something was coming through the other side. And it felt like there was these minor inconsistencies in the controls and the stuff like that that just made it frustrating, you know? So, yeah, I wanted to like it, but I really couldn't get into it. So, I wish I could get into it, because I think if it was the kind of thing that I could get into, I would really enjoy it, but I just... finishing it. See, I don't know if I can push through it. Keep going into things without checking what they are. This is just a race, a time trial thing. Now, I don't mean to be dismissive of Rain World or anything like that, but I genuinely didn't enjoy it, and that made me sad. And I have tried several times. I do think it's the kind of thing where it vastly benefits from you getting in the right mindset. And maybe I wasn't in the right mindset to play it, because I do think you need to have this very patient, forward-thinking sort of mindset. Like, that's the way the game's encouraging you to play, you know? That's not really one of my strong suits, but I was aware that that's what the game wanted out of me, and I definitely tried to play it that way and tried to get into it, and I just wasn't able to. So I feel like I gave it a fair shake, which I know is probably frustrating to hear if you really like the game. But I really do feel like I gave it a fair shake and just came out the other side not happy with it. But it is the kind of thing that I find so appealing that I might give it another go at some point, you know? Don't know. Yeah, it was a disappointment for me, unfortunately.
Final lap.
I'm almost reluctant to say all this stuff because I do feel that there's probably some of you who would enjoy it, you know, if you could get past the things that I couldn't. I'd say it's the kind of game when you love it, you know, you really love it. Why am I doing so poorly on this track? It's another one I'm struggling with here. Same track.
Race complete.
Fail. I think that's the first time we've seen that. The update improved a lot of those inconsistencies. Yeah, I did read that it got updated and I'm happy that you're happy with it, Hans. I think maybe from what I've said, you can see that I understand what the appeal of it is, right? Like, hopefully you understand that I am trying to approach the game on the right terms. I think I've made that clear. So even if we disagree about the game, I'd at least like to, you know, come to an understanding on that. And I appreciate what it's trying to do, absolutely. To take that shortcut, I'm going to restart this one. Okay, I will commit to trying it again at some point. I'm not sure when, but I will unwrite it off in my head and I'll give it another go at some point. It's probably going to be a good while from now though. I can't see myself going back to it soon. I think it would be best if I left it for a while. Kind of hard to see them speed pads there. That would be a good time to read the chat, so I missed the barrel roll. Well, there goes that. I think I might actually still end up with a better time than the other time I did it. That's a rough landing. Decide which route I want to take on that part. I feel like the speed boosts are probably worth it there. It is good when the tracks have different routes, but it's also kind of frustrating in a way because you feel like, I don't know, like you have to fucking analyze the track to figure out which one is the best, you know, instead of just playing it. I wonder what speed class this is, because this feels relatively zippy. It's probably only the second class though. It's the kind of thing. It's just I like trying new things. You know, I want to get into it.
Final lap.
So that's what makes me want to go back. You know, when somebody tells me it's good, it makes me want to go back and see what did I miss here. You know, or why didn't it click for me. And sometimes I think it really can just come down to your mood. You're not being in the mood for it. It really can just be that simple sometimes, you know? So. Fuck. Yeah, the engine sounds don't sound all that good here, but I wouldn't write this game off altogether because I think maybe it's just a Bazar thing or something. Because early on, I think it was before the stream started, one of the early races I did, there was some shit to the left of me. It sounded exactly like it did in 2048. It had the really nice revving sound to it. This doesn't sound at all like it, but I've definitely heard some stuff that made me think that they were just using the same sound effects as 2048 earlier. I don't know where that's gone, but yeah, maybe it's just my imagination. I'm pretty sure. I think it was an Icarus ship. Maybe it's just the ship I'm using.
Final lap.
Good night, paper bag. I'm gonna quit this one. Yeah, those events really are grabbing me. I'm gonna do some Fury stuff for a change. Oh, I can pick different ships on this one. Icarus is locked. Okay. Wow, I don't think I've ever really used Trackers before, but that seems like stats that I'd like, so I'm going to give them a go. I will be back in a minute. 1 minute.
Welcome to Talon's Junction.
Alright, I'm back. I am back. What platforms do I need to get into Persona and Shin Megami Tensei? A PS2, a PS3, and or a 3DS are the best ones. PS3 because you can buy them as classics on the eShop or whatever it's called, PSN. Never really used that Triacus thing before, so I'm interested to see how this turns out. It looks like it's got a nice balance of stats. It's got a weird announcer voice. They all have different voices.
Rockets.
They didn't have that before, did they?
Shield.
It's a bit like handling a tank, even though it has good handling. Maybe it's just because it's a low speed class. Always have trouble on that corner. Yeah, don't play Digital Devil Saga on PS3 either. There's sound desyncing on that as well. Jesus, this is painfully slow. What's going on here, man? Gotta go fast, guys. This is just not fast at all. Still hitting the fucking corner. But yeah.
Race complete.
That's kind of boring.
Gold medal.
No, I never beat Zico, unfortunately. Tried for a while, I never did it. Zone mode is more my thing. When I put on, I think that's part of what was tricky about Beat Zico, was that it was on a low speed class. It's funny that they did that. Zone battle. They all have the same. I'll stick with Triacus. Interested to see how this goes. What's this mean on novice? There's nothing else I can do. Bug difficulty mechanics. No, seriously though, like, I can't change it off novice yet. I have to work my way up, right? Tell me if I'm wrong. Ugh. The AI? Yeah, but that's... Oh, yeah, yeah. But the game decides that when you're on the grid, right? I'm pretty sure the game chooses that. I'll check. I think it's chosen as part of the grid, though. If I remember right, you want to save up on this gauge for a little while before you use it. I want to get ahead of all those guys so they stop chipping away at my health. It's a weird number to call out, 6.4. Okay. 6.4.
Target attainable.
Oh, so I just press the button and I get it.
Zone boost. Session complete.
Done.
Gold
Amazing.
medal awarded.
Speed is the only thing that's forcing me. Oh, fuck, you're right. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, fuck me, man. Is that the same in this thing as well? No, it's not. So, a lot... Okay, so most of what I did was okay. Thank you for pointing that out. Thank you. Fucking hell. Okay. Ah, yeah, I remember now. You get a different metal type. That's why it has nothing on it. You get, yeah, see the different metal types. Okay, well, we gotta do this again then.
Triacus.
Thanks, guys. Thank you. Yeah. I'm glad most of the stuff I did was okay. Should still be relatively easy though, right? Right, guys?
Leech beam. Bomb. Cannon.
I know, yeah, no matter how good I got at the game, I could still lose to the elite AI on tracks like Sabenko Climb. So, I know these tracks even less well.
Shield.
Didn't play the Fury ones as much.
Shield active.
I might have to go with a Triacus just for the QT announcer, guys. Shouldn't be too hard.
Final lap. Contender eliminated.
Oh man, I'm trying not to fucking burst out laughing at that. That was pretty funny. You just fucking blew up. That's Piranha for you, man. I like Piranha, by the way. One of my favorite teams. They do have shitty shields, though.
Race complete.
Yeah, it was the speed class that made that easy, though.
Awarded.
It'd be nice if they went to more effort to integrate all these things together. I think that's what I dislike most about this. It's like they could have, instead of just packing the 3 games together like that, they could have really turned it into one big campaign, more varied campaign with more shit going on, you know? So I bet there's probably no tournaments that use tracks across the different packages, especially not between 2048 and the rest. I think that would have been nice to see. So.
Triakis.
Yeah, the UI is pretty cool. I mean, it's been the same UI since HD, you know, Fury had the same one. Although Fury had that better background. I preferred the Fury background, and actually the Fury music, I think I like that more as well. I hope I can unlock that. I'm sure you can. I'm not sure. I'm relatively certain. Shh, guys, we have to be quiet. It's 2 o'clock in the morning, alright?
Zone boost.
I really don't like this mode much, I gotta say. I think I prefer Detonator. This, when you start getting into the higher speed and people just drop barriers on mad parts of the track, it's just there's no fucking way you can avoid them sometimes. And even just on a theoretical level, they could just put barriers across the whole track in front of you and you'd have no choice but to hit one. If they all dodged each other's barriers and laid one at the same place.
Contender eliminated. Barrier. Barrier.
I do like that it gives you the warning.
Barrier.
It has a little direction indicator.
Zone boost.
It's probably a bad idea to boost, but so now.
Barrier.
It's a shield? Does it give me... It must give me some energy back as well, right?
Zone
Jesus
boost.
Christ, Flyzar's gonna get it.
Session
Yeah, whoever gets there
complete.
first wins.
Bronze medal awarded.
Alright, we're on now.
Triakis.
You guys can ask me more questions, by the way. I know I said that I didn't want to turn it into a whole question stream, but you know, it does give me something to talk about. I'm just don't be annoyed if I can't get around to them all. So I can really only look at it in between races or whenever I pause it or whatever. I don't want to bore you guys though, you know. I wonder what strategy I need for this. Do I need to be saving it up? I think I do. But at the same time, I'd like to get ahead of the pack pretty early. This Kyrex is +5 nearly already. Now would probably be a good time to do it, because if I wait...
Barrier. Zone boost.
Yeah. I think that pad that I just touched was wasted.
10.4.
It's just all about hitting the pads, really,
Barrier.
and not hitting the walls. I need to get a better grip on where the pads are on the track.
Session complete.
Jesus Christ.
Bronze medal awarded.
And this is fucking pod racing. Here we go. I'm already bored, that's why I'm here. Great. Love it. I will tell you about Puyo Puyo Tetris. This is the most weeb thing ever. But I watched videos of people playing the Japanese version. I was getting hyped to play it, you know. I was getting hyped to. I was like, I'm gonna get into this. Finally gonna get fucking good at Tetris. Maybe I'll even play some Puyo Puyo as well. And I got used to listening to all the Japanese voice lines, and I can't stand the English ones. So I played the demo. I've already lost that. I played the demo and I couldn't stand it. I know it's such a fucking stupid thing to get hung up on in a puzzle game, but can't get past it. So I might import it though. I was thinking of importing it already, and I went, I'll wait for it. I'll wait for it to come out over here. But does he have red hair? I'm assuming you're talking about me. I do, yeah. Fucking hell. See, this is the kind of shit I'm talking about. Just fucking shit a barrier right into my face. Why don't you?
Zone boost.
How did they level this up so fast? What the fuck am I doing wrong? Missing a shitload of boost pads would be the first thing.
Zone boost. Zone boost.
Nah, it's definitely the wrong strategy. You gotta wait. Yeah. Quit. Come back to it. Elite AI is not fucking around. Any interest in FF12 HD coming out? Yeah, I might give it another go. I never finished it, so I would like to.
Triacus.
The gameplay I am not sold on. I played a good chunk of it, you know. The gameplay I'm not sold on, but in terms of tone and stuff like that, I like it a lot more than most of the Final Fantasies that have come out during my lifetime. So I would like to try it again, yeah. Yeah, I think I might give it a go when it comes out. I like the air brake noises. I don't think they were in it before, were they? Or maybe it's just because I had the music off.
Bronze medal. New lap record.
It's the trick, save your boost and then you get basically 2 boosts in 1 lap. It's such a cheap tactic, but they expect you to do it, so I think they actually do they start you off a little bit behind the starting line? They should do that if they don't. So that way you can just skip straight to that.
Gold medal awarded.
Just
Session
fucking barely, but
complete.
I'll take it. Eliminator, fuck off. Single race.
Triac.
Kind of liking the tracker ship. Reminder that people bought a PS3 for Kingdom Hearts 3 and FF versus 13. Yeah. People are going to buy a PS4 for Death Stranding. History will repeat itself. They're probably going to announce the PS5 at this E3.
Mines. Bomb. Cannon.
Does the AI ever barrel roll? I'm not sure I've ever even seen them do it. Seems like if they don't, you have a pretty big advantage over them. Well, I'm sure they're just rubber banding to shit anyway.
Shield. Shield active. Missile.
It's weird that they gave all the teams different announcers. I like it, but it's just it seems like a lot of effort for very little payoff.
Plasma.
It's cool though.
Missile.
Oh, fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. Oh, that just would have been beautiful if that hit him. Fucking hell.
Race complete.
The AI is not fucking around, man. Okay, we're gonna do that again. AI can't barrel roll. Yeah, I had a feeling. Yeah, I'd say it would be pretty hard to program an AI to properly move around these tracks, you know, by actually using... There are some games, I don't know if you know, there are some games where the AI is set up sort of like a player object, where instead of... It kind of has its own inputs, you know what I mean? Like there might be a racing game, I don't know if there's racing games that do this, but it might be a racing game where instead of directly interacting and just saying move here, it kind of has an input step to it. I'd say Wipeout would be pretty hard to do that properly though. I don't know. Could be wrong. Yeah, that kind of gives them... The fact that they don't move properly kind of gives them that fucking horrible shit where you bang into them and they don't move the way you do when you get knocked into. I think that's one of the most annoying things about the game.
Plasma. Missile. Final lap.
And I think that arises because they're not using the same sort of control methods as the player.
Rockets. Mines. Autopilot. Cannon. Race complete. Gold medal awarded.
Yeah, they're not even really braking at all, is what I'm getting at. They're not really... Yeah, they're just not behaving the same way you are. It's a totally different sort of behavior. Just kind of gives you the impression of a ship moving along like you do that. That's my take on it anyway. I don't like using autopilot. It is good in some places though. I was mentioning earlier, it's practically, it's the optimal way of doing a certain part in Wipeout 3 for sure. Do you think of Let's Players, Matt? I don't really think anything. I don't mean that in a good or bad way. Just is what it is. I understand the appeal, you know? I shouldn't have used my turbo there. I don't know what I was thinking.
New lap record.
Gotta save it. I want to check something actually. What? End session? There's no restart?
Bronze medal awarded.
Okay. I think, nah. Yeah, this is something I would change about the game right here. The speed lap. It's fine for time trials. Time trials are different, but for speed lap, the game should start you in the number 8 position, so that you have room to press the turbo button. Maybe you can do it here, but I think it doesn't give you the turbo until you go past the starting line. Yeah, it should start you with the turbo and start you in the 8th position so that you can press the turbo button as you go over the thing, because that's what people are going to want to do anyway when they're trying to get the best time. So don't waste people's time, you know. Just let them do the optimal thing straight away. You basically just have to do a bullshit lap at the start. Just trying not to use the air brakes there.
Bronze medal.
See, it's by far the optimal thing to do. Save your turbo. And then if you fuck up, like I just did kind of right there, you fuck up your lap, then you have to waste another lap going around to get the turbo to use at the start again. I know it's such a cheap thing to do, but if it's the optimal thing, it's the optimal thing. You can guarantee that all the high scores on the leaderboard are going to use that technique at the start, because you not using it would just cost you time. It doesn't save you anything. That was tight as well.
Gold medal awarded. Session complete.
Yeah, I know. The first lap is the learn the route lap, you know, but you're gonna know it like the back of your hand if you're a big Wipeout fan. You know, if you're the type of person that you and your friend play Wipeout every day, and then you're going back and forth on leaderboards for this track, you don't want to do that learn the track bullshit again. So I think this might be the year DMC5 is announced. I am not expecting that. I'm expecting Dragon's Dogma 2 from Itsuno. I wouldn't hold your breath for DMC5, personally. I think they've been gearing up for a Dragon's Dogma 2. Didn't they just release it on GOG? And there was something else. They're porting it to the PS4 as well. So that's an awful lot of Dragon's Dogma news right before E3, which points to Dragon's Dogma 2, I think.
Chain bonus. EMP energized. Bomb ahead.
I think I'm doing pretty well here, but I'm feeling it's going to go to shit pretty quick once it starts speeding up.
5 chain bonus. Bomb ahead. 5 chain bonus.
if you're playing this game yourself, you're much better off saving your shots at the start. Just tapping the button on the first few rounds, because you see I get a bonus, but also it increases the amount you get per thing that you detonate. So if you want to get a high score, it's a must on the early rounds at least. The later rounds you kind of just want to stay alive. How do I don't know how to I don't know how to trigger the fucking shockwave. It's not triangle, it's not square. L1, there we go. Can't remember which camera I was using. Feel out of sorts now.
EMP energized. Stage 4. Bomb ahead.
I wonder if you get points for a perfect lap. You should, just a little bit.
Chain bonus. 5 chain bonus. 10 chain bonus.
Oh, we nearly got the full fucking chain. Blew it. It's okay. Probably already have enough points to get gold. Oh no, it would have told me, wouldn't it? I don't know why, but I'm always surprised at how hard Wipeout is when I go back to playing it. I like that about it, you know, but just surprises me because I think I've fucking mastered it, and then they come out with these high requirements on the missions. Yeah, I mean, how could I have the score already? I still have 9 waves to go.
Stage 6. Bomb ahead.
Gotta stop just walking into mines.
Stage 7. 5 chain bonus. 5 chain bonus. Bomb ahead.
I like this mode. It's not my favorite mode, but I do like it. I like how complex it is. It's really good. Yeah, it's a really well put together mode, I think. Even though it's personally not my favorite.
Stage 8. Perfect lap.
Just because you've got a lot of stuff to consider. That's what I like about it.
Bomb ahead.
Fucking your brain is
5 chain
maxed
bonus.
trying to figure this shit out. So you've got your EMP, so you want to be hitting the pads as much as possible, but you also want to be lining yourself up with the mines. You don't want to just be hammering the shoot button.
EMP
You want
energized.
to be using it properly.
5 chain bonus.
I think the main thing I don't like about it is that you don't get an indication of how far away the bomb is. I would like a little
Energy
mini map of some sort.
Stage
Not even a map, just a line to let me know where the bomb is in the level.
5 chain bonus.
Because I feel like I get blindsided by them a lot. Have I got the gold on this or what? Have I even hit one target on it?
EMP
Jesus,
energized.
that's bronze now. Fuck me.
Medal awarded.
Okay.
Silver medal awarded. Stage 10. Gold medal
Okay. They were
awarded.
very close together. It's a bit strange. Do you earn more points on the later laps or
Bomb
something?
ahead. 5 chain bonus.
I'm getting energy back somehow. Perfect laps maybe? Forget how.
EMP
I really
energized.
like this mode.
Stage 11. 5 chain bonus. 5 chain
Yeah, you gotta be thinking about reloading as well.
Energy critical. 5 chain bonus. 5 chain bonus.
Not bad. Not bad. Whew. Do you have any particular favorite franchise, or you really don't care? Yeah, I wouldn't say that I don't care, but I wouldn't say that I have a favorite franchise either. Exactly. Just that I don't know. There are franchises that I like, you know, and I think they all have their strengths and weaknesses, and they have their good games and their weaker games, you know. So
Mines.
yeah, there's a lot I like about that detonator mode. It's just very well put together. Like, I like, for example, when you leave a mine for one lap, it stays for the next one, but it's not worth as many points. So that encourages you to get as many of them as possible. Because otherwise, you'd be better off leaving them, so that on the later laps you could hit them. You know, if you missed your shot, then it could rebound and hit a different line for you. I'm gonna restart that. I wasn't paying attention. What's been your favorite year for releases this gen thus far this year? Oh, definitely this year. This has been a very good year so far. We're only about halfway through as well. I think I like this track. This one sticks out to me. I remember thinking this was a good one. He's in my way. There we go. Missed both pads, of course.
Rockets.
Yeah, I like this track. There's nothing too tricky about it. Just straightforward with some nice turns on it.
Quake.
I suppose it doesn't have that much personality, but I think these games always need a few tracks like this.
New lap record. Final lap. Rockets. Missile.
See, I don't know if you could hear that there, but that to me sounds like Wipeout 2048 ship. Whatever one I just passed. It's weird though, because it's the Fury campaign, so maybe I'm wrong.
Shield active. Race complete. Gold medal awarded.
I did see the Sonic Mania trailer. Yeah, I like it. To me, it's basically the first Sonic game since Sonic and Knuckles. Yeah, I don't like that. I'm gonna do Detonator again, actually. I also like the look of the Detonator ship. Yeah, I'm very interested to see how Sonic Mania turns out. The only thing is, I wish it wasn't filled with levels we've already seen, you know? They couldn't just make a straight up new Sonic game. They had to pack it full of levels that already exist. Now, hopefully it paves the way for a fully original one. I'd love to see that. I haven't played Redout, no.
Chain bonus. 10 chain bonus.
By the way, if you're a Wipeout fan, there's one you might want to check out on Steam called Ballistic NG. I've played a little bit of it.
EMP energized.
It's basically Wipeout 3 on a new engine, and it's pretty good. I didn't spend a lot of time with it, so like it feels like Wipeout 3 to me, which is about the best you could say. I mean, that's what they were going for. So the only thing that had me a little concerned was the tracks didn't really click with me, but I hadn't given it a lot of time, so it could just be that, you know.
Stage 2. Perfect lap. 5 chain bonus.
That's kind of bullshit right there. That loop. It doesn't really seem like that loop was made with detonator in mind.
5 chain bonus.
Just have to do a bit of spray and pray on that, maybe. Yeah, I think I'm gonna take a less finessed approach this time.
5 chain bonus.
Yeah. Whenever I go on that loop, I'm just gonna hold the shoot button down.
Bomb ahead.
Fuck, I always fuck up with the bombs.
Stage 4.
Use the EMP just because I've completely forgotten about it until now. See, this is what I like about this mode, though. There's so much shit to keep track of. It's good.
EMP
It
energized.
really is good. I'm just impressed at how well put together this is. Forgot how good it was.
Chain bonus.
You could somehow make a game out of this where
Stage
moving and shooting were kind of independent of each other.
5
somehow.
chain bonus.
I think that could be just a really top tier fucking game.
Chain bonus. 5 chain bonus. Bomb ahead.
Really would just be kind of like a... The fuck, reload? Yeah, that annoyed me. Right, if you hold the shoot button, it doesn't automatically reload. Yeah, I don't like that.
Stage 6. Chain bonus.
I think my score is significantly lower on this one. You really do get a load more points
Stage 7.
by being careful. I mean, that's why I defaulted to that when I started playing it again. It's obviously ingrained in me.
Stage 8. Bomb ahead. Energy critical. EMP energized.
Fucked, I really don't see myself hitting whatever goal I have laid out for me. Even been getting the chain bonuses less often than these later rounds though. Maybe it's because I cleared out so many mines earlier on by shooting indiscriminately.
Stage 9.
at least get bronze. Come on.
Stage 10. 5 chain bonus. EMP energized.
I'm curious about something. I was just thinking about something there. Return to grid. And here's the real test about how good this thing is. So if I go into 2040A. Ah, look at that. You can't do detonator on the 2048 tracks. That sucks. That's a shame. That's a real shame. Yeah, they really could have put a bit more effort into making this sort of a cohesive package, you know? I haven't played Pac-Man Championship 2, no. Played the first one a bunch. I think, you know, like the Wipeout 3 Special Edition, that was good because it combined all the stuff into those one thing that you could do, you know? I do want to do his own race actually. 137. $45, that's low. That must be rough, man. That can't be the global high score though. 45? 45? Let's see, I think we'll understand why once we actually try it. When's the next video? Sometime this week, hopefully. Progress is slow but steady. Still has a good bit to go.
D-class.
But it's actually in video format now, which is the last stage and the shortest stage generally. Well, the audio is the shortest stage, but that's the most painful stage. So it feels like the longest. We're gonna get the world record on this one. This doesn't seem so bad right now. I'm already at zone 3. This can't be right. 45 can't be the high score for this level. No, I refuse to believe it. It's just, maybe people just haven't been playing it yet. Maybe this is one of the last ones you do in the campaign, and people have been just sticking to the campaign.
Perfect lap.
This seems like it would be a pretty good zone track actually. It's pretty wide at all parts.
Zone 5 clear.
Oh, still skin the edge though, like an idiot. What am I missing here? Why is this 45?
B-class.
Looks like a couple of these are getting pretty heated in the chat. You should probably chill out a bit, you know. There's no need for name calling or anything like that. What the fuck? I accidentally did a barrel roll there, or tried to. I kind of wish the barrel roll and the side shift were just on their own buttons. Can it really be that hard to get up to 45 here? There's no way. We're gonna get a world record just by being the first ones to actually play the fucking level. Watch, I'm gonna die before level 45 now. Like a complete embarrassment down myself. That's the hardest turn in the whole thing, I think. Okay, we're speeding up now. Okay, I'm getting a bit worried now.
15 clear.
Fucking track is hard to see, yeah. It's a shame. I really do love the visuals of the 2048 stuff, but it really is. It needs to be toned down just a tad. I think that turn might be the killer at zone 45. That just might just fucking kill you outright.
Zone point clear.
You always forget how fast zone 45 actually is.
Perfect lap.
Ah, fucking accidental barrel roll again. That's just penalizing. Need to get a couple of perfect zones now. I'm not gonna get them. I think my Achilles heel in Wipeout is when the track has a slant to it. I'm not good at dealing with that. I should really press the nose down more often.
Zone 30 clear.
Oh. Oh man.
A+ class.
That could have been good. Could have been.
Zone 35 clear.
I'm not saying this is one of them, but I think there are some tracks that sort of get easier when you get to really high zones, just for a little while anyway. Something about the way the track curves just kind of starts to balance out at certain speeds. I think that's kind of happening here.
Mach 1.
I feel like I was having a little bit more trouble a couple of laps ago. And maybe it's just because I overcompensated and banked straight into the
Zone
wall.
40 clear.
Energy critical.
C-Class.
Yeah, I didn't get it. I died at zone 44. So I'm trying again because I'm a bit bitter that I was one off. Just gonna give it one more go. Should be back now, right? We're back.
Perfect lap. Zone 5.
This is one of the things that I really like about zone mode and why I kind of gravitate towards it, is because once you've done a track on zone mode, pretty much all the regular speed classes feel slow, so the game just becomes 10 times easier. It's maybe a bad methodology to use, but it's sometimes what I do in other games as well. Just fucking throw yourself into the deep end, and then the rest of the game is just easy then, you know?
B-Class. Zone 10 clear.
Which I bet you by the time I get this, somebody's bumped the score up to zone 60 or something like that. It's probably not even fucking 45 in the first place. Probably just hasn't updated. Yeah, same here, Hans. I like that though, you know, you get in the zone. That's why the name zone mode has always made sense to me. Yeah, the colors seem very bad. I think they were this way in 2048, to be fair though. They're just kind of being faithful to the original, because I remember thinking it was a problem in 2048 as well, so it definitely could have been toned down a bit though. That bloom effect that happens on the side of the track periodically is a problem.
15 clear.
But this is just bad. I mean, I'm used to the track, but I can't see it.
A-Class.
I think it was a thing in HD as well, to some extent, where it was to a lesser extent, but some of the zones were a lot easier to see than others. Zen wasn't that easy to see, but Super Zen was easier to see. And so even though the speed was going up, kind of getting to Super Zen was a relief, almost. Because the track turned black with these white outlines on it that just made it really easy to see. But then I think Supersonic was gold, and that was hard to see again.
Zone 20 clear. Perfect lap.
Wait, which one is Zen? Zen is 30 something, yeah. I forget what the max one is. There's a max one around 70 zones, I think. Max speed? Max Supersonic? No. I don't know what I'm thinking of. Yeah, it's what I kind of want to look at the chat just to get my mind off the game, because I think I'll do better. The easiest track for zone mode is definitely Syncopia. Well, I think it is.
Zone 25 clear.
See, I think if you were to watch my two attempts at this back to back, you would see what I'm talking about. Where when you're playing zone mode, just gets a lot easier. The earlier stages just get a lot easier. I probably lost a lot more ship energy by zone 30. I was struggling at zone 30, I think, last time I played it. Now it seems easy.
Zone 30 clear.
I like that. I think it's really one of the best feelings you can have when it comes to challenge in a game. When there was something that was tripping you up and you just totally destroy it. And, you know, zone mode always eventually destroys you, but you go back to the regular game and it's just, what the fuck? Phantom is as high as it goes? Can't remember this visual thing being so distracting. This one's pretty bad as well.
35 clear.
I will say one thing I prefer about this one compared to HD is that when it changes between different color schemes, it gradually fades rather than having this big effect that just obscures your vision for like 2 seconds.
Mach 1. Zone 40.
Fuck, couldn't see that turn there. Yeah, it's really a disproportionate amount of the difficulty coming from the visuals on the track. It really sucks. Probably the thing that'll bother me less with time though, once I get used to the tracks again.
Mach 1.1. Zone 45 clear.
I'm struggling again now that I'm past where I was before. Fucking hate those pop-ups, they're so fucking distracting. Fuck off.
Mach 1.2.
Oh, I like this color scheme. Oh, this is a lot easier to read.
Zone 50 clear.
This is the fucking Super Zen of this game. I think it's around the same zone as well.
Energy critical.
Yeah, I came into that turn really bad. And I went for it too early, but I was in a bad position.
Mach 1.3. Contender
Not bad.
Zone event complete.
Hey! That is going to get topped very quickly. Look at that. Number 8 is only zone 25, so it's just me and 7 other people that have played the level. You all have to spam WR in the chat now. View results. I love that. View results again. Yeah. Revel in your victories and more. Yeah. We did it. We did it. What did I do? Did I go to restart? Did. Can't believe that. There's really only been like 8 people that have played that. Look at that global. I wonder if we can get some more world records. What do you think? Should I go for it? Sol 133. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. I don't think we'd be going for that one. I don't remember that track at all. It looks kind of like a cool track. Go for Sol. Let's see what Sol is like.
Saul.
I feel like it's maybe this guy found an exploit to get to 133, but maybe he's just really good.
5-hour agility.
It's wide.
D-class.
Okay, can see how this might make a good zone map so far anyway. Do I want to go left or right? That's the question. Right, I think. I don't want to be doing a drop.
C-class.
Is this magnetized? Fucking hell, that was tight. Okay, I can see how it's possible to get over 100 zones on this one. This is probably the hardest bit of the track here. I'm not saying I'm gonna get 100 zones, just that I can see how it's possible. I'm gonna try the right path here while I'm still at a slow speed. Seems a bit better. That's the hardest part of the track, I think. Nice thing about this track as well is it's so long that you don't really have to do the hard parts all that often, you know? And as well, another thing that'll keep you going is as long as you don't fall off, you're almost guaranteed to get perfect zones every once in a while. Keep your energy up. Let's see. Maybe we can get 134. Maybe we can do it. Maybe. I'm expecting to die around 70. 70 is my prediction. If I get past 70, I'm happy. My prediction is actually lower. My prediction is like 60 or 50, but 70 is my hope. I need to look at the chat. Or this would be too boring. What are zones exactly? You go up a zone every 10 seconds, and every time your zone goes up, you speed up. Well, I'm not sure if it's every time. I think it was every time in HD, but maybe this only happens in the speed classes or something? I'm not sure. Basically, your speed is going up the longer you survive. You can see the zone counting up on the left, the little pips on the left. And that B will go up to an A soon, which means I'm in a different speed class. And then just have to survive for as long as possible.
Zone 15 clear.
See what else we got.
A class.
I can't really see it, but it sounds like there's still a spirited debate going on between two gentlemen in the chat.
Perfect lap.
Spirited and protracted.
Zone 20 clear.
On the Rainbow Road, guys. All these perfect laps. If we could bank energy from all them perfect laps, we'd be fucking laughing. Definition of games, yeah. There's something that's something that's worth getting hung up on, personally. Whoa.
Perfect lap. Zone 25 clear.
We're gonna see some fast soon. That big fucking S thing is pure fucking Rainbow Road. It looks like a shine.
Perfect lap. Zone 30 clear.
Shine get. I haven't even really been using the air brakes yet.
Perfect lap. A plus class.
Woohoo. Yeah, I'm not gonna break 130 zones, but this might actually be easier than Syncopia. Oh, first one. Jesus Christ, you only lose 3% for falling off? That's nothing.
Zone 35 clear.
The wrong route. Fucking hell. Okay. Didn't even realize I was on the wrong path. I've already zoned out. Yeah, it's getting tougher now. Okay. Fuck.
Mac 1.
See, that's what I was talking about earlier. We're back up to 100% energy now.
Zone 40.
It's kind of an all or nothing track, really. Either you're falling off constantly or you're getting your energy back. There's no in between, really.
Perfect lap.
We're not even up to the speed we were at when we finished that other track, though. It feels faster than the other track because I'm not used to the track yet. It's not embedded in my subconscious the way the other one was.
Map 1.1.
Fuck.
Zone 45. Clear.
Yeah, we have most of that energy back already. Stop fucking talking about energy, okay.
Map 1.2. Zone 50. Clear.
Yeah, this isn't going very well. The Zone 50 is not bad, but just I know objectively this track is fucking way easier than the other one for zone mode. So I should be doing a lot better, I think. We're nearly back up to full energy now, so it doesn't really matter what the previous performance was like, we can just let that go.
Map 1.3.
Yeah, full energy, so it doesn't matter, nothing up to this point matters.
Map 1.4.
70 is the target, we're getting there.
Zone 60. Clear.
One of those things where, because I think I don't need the air brakes all that much, it's easy to kind of overcompensate on them.
Map 1.5.
My arm is going dead from the way I'm sitting. Sorry, I'm not being very talkative. I don't really know what else to say. Can't really pause it now and look at the chat because I think it's at the speed where if I pause it, it'll just completely fuck up my sense of everything. I suppose I can pause it there. My god, what are you talking about? Jesus Christ, guys.
Map 1.6.
Be nice if we could have one stream without a endless discussion about tracks. Fuck's sake. we hit the target, but I'm still not satisfied. Yeah, this is getting difficult now. It's fast. I still feel like it'll just take a while to die when I'm actually gonna die. It's just gonna take time for it to happen.
1.7.
Which just gives you some free zones, really. Like that, even if I was just to fall off over and over again there, it would still take about 20 seconds to die, I think. That was good. Ah. Fucking hell.
Mach 1.8.
It's kind of frustrating to die on this track. It's better in a way when you just fucking explode at some point. This is very drawn out.
Mach 1.9.
Energy critical.
I do feel like I could be doing a lot better on this. You're never more than a couple of perfect zones away from a fucking recovery. Ah, I'm dead now, next drop. Zone 90, come on, let's do it. Yeah.
Contender eliminated.
Here we go.
Zone event complete.
Could have been worse. Where did we land on that one? 8. Not bad. I'm sure that'll be pushed a lot lower, though. Connor, play the fucking game. Just play the fucking game. I haven't even touched it yet. Do a playthrough and then do another fucking playthrough immediately after your first playthrough, and then do a third playthrough as well. You play the game on normal, then on hard, then on 101% hard, and you will like it more each time you complete it. Yeah, I'm pretty tired now. I think I might stop soon. I'm gonna do one more at least. Time trial. This one.
5-hour protocol.
Probably should have gone to bed by now. So it really took me forever to fall asleep last night though, so I don't know if I'll go back to Bayo 2. I would be more likely to go back to it if it was on the PC. But the performance is pretty good on the Wii U, so I suppose that's not really a great excuse. I feel like I would want to master Bayo 1 before going on to Bayo 2. Just kind of master Bayo 1, get it out of my system, and then I feel like I'd be able to enjoy 2 a bit more.
Final lap. Race complete. Elite pass. Physar agility.
I have a standard PS4.
D class.
Yeah, I don't know. Obviously, I would prefer to play games that I can only play on the PS4 and their better version.
C class.
But I'm not really sure which ones, because Persona 5 doesn't have a pro mode. Bloodborne doesn't have a pro mode. Neo, I haven't played Neo yet, but I'm sure I'd like to play that in whatever extra benefits that provides. So I'd like to have the option, but I'm just not buying a new console for that. No way. It's actually this whole PS4 Pro bullshit has put me off buying a PS5 as well. Plus the fact that the PS4's library is just not good. I think that this year Sony's going to announce PS5, and I think I'm not going to buy it when it comes out.
Zone 5 clear.
I bought a fucking PS3 when that came out. Okay? So that should tell you how I'm feeling about this whole thing, because I just don't think that the PS4 has been worth it so far, for the most part. Last Guardian as well, that doesn't have a fucking pro mode either, does it? I don't think it does, so the games I actually like don't even have pro modes. Maybe Nier Automata has one, but I prefer to play that on the PC anyway. Yeah, I don't know. The way I see it, PS5 is probably going to be backwards compatible. Even though they made that stupid statement about backwards compatibility recently, it's probably going to be similar architecture, so there's no reason for it not to be backwards compatible. And then there's no excuse for it not to be backwards compatible. And then they're probably going to come out with some PS5 Pro, so why shouldn't I just wait for the PS5 Pro and buy all the good PS5 games all at once? Because I felt like, it's kind of my duty to stay up on games and try to play recent stuff, but it's not really worth it
Perfect lap.
to me. It's not really worth buying a console that's going to be outdated. It's just not really it's not what I want from a console, So I think I'm probably going to wait for the PS5 Pro, and if they don't come out with a PS5 Pro, I just will wait for the PS6 then and get that and hope that's backwards compatible. Or wait until they bring out the Slim or whatever.
Zone 15 clear.
Yeah, I suppose at least if I do cave and buy a PS5, then I've skipped the PS4 Pro.
Class.
I think the people who are going to be really burned are the ones who bought a PS4, then bought a PS4 Pro expecting it to be the thing for the next 3 years, and are now going to find out that the PS5 is coming sooner than they expected.
Perfect lap.
As I don't like to give... I would put about 90% odds on the PS5 at least being mentioned at this E3. At least somebody saying, yes, we're working on a new console. I don't see them sitting on their hands while Microsoft pushes out Scorpio as some next-gen thing. So, they have to get out ahead of it and say, yeah, there's also a PS coming, you know? Don't give up on us, because we've got the lead now, and, you know... I do think that will be kind of an iterative thing where, you know, it is basically PS4 2. It's PS Pro 1.5. It's Pro Plus, but it'll be called the PS5. That's what I'm expecting anyway. And them calling it the PS5 will be, you know, developers, you can make PS5 exclusive games and abandon the PS4. I'm sure this is all obvious shit, I'm just rambling. Yeah, there's I agree with whoever was saying the problem is they focus on graphics too much. I agree. Yeah, 100%. It's a console is never going to have as good graphics as a top of the range PC. It's just logistically not possible, you know? So they focus on the wrong thing, and they're pushing 4K now. We've had I haven't actually I've barely even seen a 4K screen in my life. Okay, I have seen one, but just briefly. But I'm not saying it's not a good thing, it is. But it just seems like it's too much too fast. Because we've gone from fucking 480i screens to we're now trying to push was it 2160p. It's just such a massive fucking leap. It's amazing that games have managed to keep up with it because it's such a huge leap. And I feel like it's too much too fast and it's stifling things.
A+ class.
Graphics in general kind of stifle things, but it's just the resolution jumps are kind of insane because that's just you're talking orders of magnitude of processing power being used up then, you know? And where does it end is my question. I want it to end at 8K at the latest, I think. Even though I don't know what a 16K screen or whatever you want to call it would look like. I don't know if I would actually see the two of them side by side and say, yeah, that's enough for me, but just, it's crazy. Like, this 1080p screen I'm looking at right now looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. So what, we're gonna quadruple or quintuple the fucking, what is it? Not quintuple, fucking octuple, or whatever it is, the resolution on this screen, and then we're gonna keep going. You know, it's a bit much, just a bit much. The elite pass is over double the basic one. I should stop barrel rolling there. If you look at a 1080p, that's what a 4K TV looks like. Yeah, that's the impression I get, yeah. It's pixel density, you know? I like high pixel density stuff, I really do. It looks really nice. It's just... there comes a point when enough is enough, you know? I don't know what that point is, but I really hope we're fucking getting there because the insane amount of shit they're trying to push to the screen right now is definitely detracting from what people can do. Why do I keep barrel rolling there, man? Just automatic response. I'm in the air.
Mach 1.1.
Wiggle the analog stick.
Zone 45. Clear. Mach 1.2.
I still haven't got the elite pass yet. Was it 60? 55?
Zone 50.
Maybe another few zones at least, anyway. I'm not sure what the deal is with the retro pixely game style stuff in these zones, but I do like the insert coin thing on the banner, or whatever you want to call it. Checkpoint.
Mach 1.3.
Two perfect zones in a row there, not bad. Nearly three. Yeah, I could see them spending a bit too much time on Mario. Hopefully they realise that there is a difference there and they can't pull the same trick again in C3. I'm hoping that basically they just have more stuff to show this year than last year. Wow, I really fucked myself there. I don't want to miss their whole fucking presentation as well, because I don't want to watch Mario stuff, you know?
Mach 1.4.
There we go.
Elite pass.
Might as well see how far we can go.
Zone 60. Clear.
I think I'm going to wrap it up after I'm done with this one. I might hang around for a few minutes and just chill out with yous. But my eyeballs are getting tired.
Mach 1.5.
Energy critical.
Oh, that was bad. I didn't need to take that much damage there.
Mach 1.6. Contender eliminated. Zone event complete.
Yeah, not as good on that one. Alright. Yeah, I'm leaving it there for tonight. I'm getting tired, so it's bedtime for me now. I played Bit Trip, I played Bit Trip Runner a bit. Played the first one, Bit Trip Beat, I think it was. Played that one a good bit actually. But I got kind of obsessed with trying to hit as many fucking things as possible. It's my pleasure, Kindu, if you're bored. It's always awkward trying to pronounce usernames in this. Yeah, anyway, I'm happy you tuned in. I hope it wasn't too boring or anything like that, because I know it wasn't quite like the other streams, so yeah. I haven't played Hollow Knight yet, no. Thanks, Chaseface. Yeah, I'm still interested. I'm still neglecting it though. But hey, I watch anime sometimes, so you know. Some of it's bound to go in there, right? Oh my god. I might play Dead Cells, but I'd probably give. I've heard more good about Hollow Knight, so I'd probably give that a go. Also, I think that might still be in development, is it? So I'll probably wait until it was finished. No, there's no plans to do any non-game videos on the channel. Favorite Metroidvania? I'm not sure. I would have said Symphony of the Night years ago, but I think I think it might be Super Metroid, or it might be. There's another game that I will be doing a video on soon. It might be one of those. So let's see. If you're interested in what I have to say about Metroidvania games, you will be happy with one of the upcoming videos, although it's not about Metroid. It's not about Hollow Knight either. It's not Ori either, no, sorry. I'm not really sure I'd class Ori as a Metroidvania. It's kind of just more of an open platformer thing. Don't get your hopes up too much for any of the upcoming videos, because, you know, better to have, what is it I always say? You can tell I'm tired now. High hopes, low expectations. Low expectations. Keep your expectations low. But yeah, one of the videos coming up is about Metroidvania games. Caro Blaster is a better game than Cave Story. Prove me wrong. I did like Caro Blaster quite a bit. Yeah. I think I never beat that on hard mode. I might give that a go. I remember it being very difficult. I think the bosses annoyed me a little bit. Phoenix Wright. No, I don't think Phoenix Wright would be my thing for my videos. I mean, I like them. I haven't played the newer one. What is it, the Spirit one? I haven't played that. Kamiya's games ranked in order. I think that would be a bad idea. I do have my preferences though. I prefer the Wonderful 101 is my favorite. What do you think of Hideki Kamiya as a person while we're talking about him? I think somebody asked me on the Ask FM something similar. Because I know I've hundreds of questions to go through, but I try to log into it sometimes and I see some of them. So one of the ones I haven't answered yet was something like, do you have trouble separating the art from the artist? You know, I think the thing to keep in mind with Kamiya is Twitter is just not something you should take all that seriously. You know, yeah. I enjoy his games and I enjoy what he puts into his games, and therefore I think pretty highly of him, you know. So if he's a bit snarky on Twitter, sometimes he's a bit stupid on Twitter, but sometimes, you know, he says some really cool shit as well. So yeah, it's not another Metroid 2 remake. Probably not going to guess what Metroidvania it is. So again, that's what I'm saying. Low expectations, because you probably see the video and you go, oh, I don't really want to hear about this. So have you ever wanted to do an editorial or something along those lines that's gaming related but not related to a specific game? I have, but it's what's the word I'm looking for? It's just not something I think is all that useful. Let me put it that way. I think, you know, I'm not saying a video like that can't put forward good points or anything. It obviously can, but just people get a bit set in their ways about games, and that's something that I don't like to see. And I think when you talk generally, you run the risk of reinforcing that kind of mindset rather than helping people to overcome it. So that's why I don't really talk in a general sense like that. Favorite boss that isn't Old Monk. Favorite Souls boss that isn't Old Monk. I might go with Maiden Astraea. Maiden Astraea, maybe. I really like Sif and Artorias as well, though. I think I might go with Artorias. Well, there's a related question. Favorite instance of storytelling via gameplay. I'm not saying this is my favorite instance, but one thing that puts Artorias very high for me is the way that it recontextualizes what you've seen with Sif already, because it came out in the DLC. So if you bought it when it came out, like I did, you would kill Sif by then. But even just the way the game is structured, even if it's your first playthrough, you're very likely to have come across Sif before you find Artorias. And so when you see the way that Artorias is fighting, you understand that that's where Sif learned to fight. And so that's why the Artorias fight is good. That's another level on which the Artorias fight hits you without saying a word, which is really good. Why can't big budget Western games get bosses right? don't know. I do think I would kind of agree with that statement that they generally don't get it right, but I also like how Western games sometimes are okay with not including bosses at all. I played a game recently and I was hoping that it wouldn't have a boss at the end because it just didn't seem like the kind of game that needed one. It was a Western game and they didn't have a boss at the end. Now they had a climactic thing at the end, but they didn't have a boss. And the climactic thing wasn't all that great by itself, but I just liked that it didn't have a boss fight. It didn't feel the need to put one in for no reason. You know, a good boss is good, but you know, sometimes not having a boss suits a game. Not having any bosses suits a game. So I think that you could maybe leverage the opposite complaint at Japanese games where they sometimes have bosses where they don't need them. Maybe. I don't know. Tough to think of any off the top of my head where I go, you really need to cut that boss. Whereas I think when you have a boss that I don't really like, I tend to think more about how you could change it to be better rather than just removing it. But you know, maybe just sometimes cutting them would be better. Or putting a different sort of climactic moment in its place that doesn't necessarily revolve around a boss. His name is Penetrator, not Punisher. Yeah, it's a better storytelling moment. Of course it is, because that fat official just annoys you for a level and a half. Plus he dies in a cutscene, so... What would Bandai Namco have to do to earn your trust back? They would have to give FromSoft time to completely finish a game. That would help. They would have to give them 3 or 4 years to make the game that they want to make without having to rely on DLC to finish things off or flesh things out. That would be good. Could apply the same criticism to Sony with Bloodborne, by the way. Yeah. I can't really imagine them winning my trust back very easily, to be honest with you. Penetrator thing was cool. Yes, it was. Yeah. No, it was cool. Just, it wasn't a good example of what the other person asked about storytelling through gameplay while gameplay is happening, because the fat official dies when when he gets killed by the penetrator. But it is kind of cool how the fat official taunts you for several levels and then this boss just wrecks him in 1 second, and it really helps build the boss up as something to be feared, even though he's actually tends to be one of the easiest bosses in the game for me, I think, anyway. Though I always rescue BR, but that's me. I suppose I could wait until after I kill him to rescue BR, but that just seems like making things harder for no real reason. Disaster Day of Crisis. That's the... Yeah, I know that game. It's that minigame game with the guy with the head. He's got the steam coming out of his head. He has got that angry portrait. He gets angrier or something when you fail. Yeah, could be a fun game to stream. Are you going to start your Breath of the Wild review? This is the 6th in a series of 5 reviews. Probably not. But if I do MGS5, then yeah, I'm sure I'll start that way. Who's the better intro, Tower Knight or Gaping Dragon? I think Gaping Dragon is kind of scarier in a way, but I do remember when I got to Tower Knight, because it was literally the second Souls boss I ever did. I walked in and there's this big massive fucking knight and a bunch of dudes, and you see the cutscene happen and you just think, okay, what's going to happen here? Like, there's no way I actually have to kill this thing. And then the game just starts playing and you have to kill the thing. So I think that shocked me more, even though Gaping Dragon has a more imposing design. Just the fact that you were expected to kill the Tower Knight. I just wasn't expecting to have to actually kill something of that size that early in the game. you ever get tired of talking about Souls? More than you know. More than you know. Yeah, I do. Have you heard of the Shin Megumi Tensei games? I think I've heard of them. Someone with Pikachu. Pikachu's the mascot, right? When will you read more JoJo? I will. Yeah, I'll read more soon. When's the Dark Souls 2 commentary? Just gonna leave that question hanging there. I fucking love that video, Connor. It's like one of my favorite videos on YouTube. Definitely. I love it. It's perfect. Whoever put it together is perfect, and the delivery by Rog and Tyrone is just perfect as well, intentional or not. When will Kamiya make a JoJo, Matthew? When? He kind of did. Kind of made his own Joe, didn't he? Feel like he made a game about a Joe that likes to pose a lot. Feel like he made that already. Consider Dark Souls 1 my favourite game, and I'm fucking tired of Souls talk nowadays. Yeah. You ever plan on playing the Earthbound Mother series? I've played Mother 2 and 3. Are you angry with the price Nintendo has put to its on... Let's just do that. Keep that up on screen. Actually, I could probably just... Yeah, I'll just leave it up on screen in case it closes the stream or something. Thank you, Jeffrey. I don't know if you were in the stream, but sorry if you missed it. Appreciate it. What did you think of Mother 2 and 3? I like them. I think I prefer Mother 3, which is the minority opinion, right? It's probably one of those things where it's cyclical. People sort of say, oh, Earthbound is better, and then the other people feel compelled to say, no, Mother 3 is better, and it kind of wobbles back and forth like that. But I would say probably Mother 3 is the more flawed game, but it also worked better for me. When it hit better. So that's why I would put it above Earthbound. Not to say that Earthbound was bad, just that's the inevitable question, isn't it? Which one do you prefer? So there you go. Yeah, I could see that being the case. I could see Earthbound being more fun to replay. Yeah, because Mother 3 is a lot more... I mean, Earthbound is linear as well, but Mother 3 definitely feels like it's more on rails. So I played Earthbound and Mother 3 back to back, and I played Earthbound first, so that doesn't explain why I would prefer Mother 3. They didn't, as far as I'm aware, they didn't release Earthbound here at all in Europe, did they? I'm not sure. I know they didn't release Chrono Trigger in like fucking till 2006 or something like that. Favorite Zero Escape puzzle room? I feel like I would have really liked the number puzzle in Zero Time Dilemma, but something about it rubbed me the wrong way. But that one might still be my favorite, because I remember thinking that one actually takes a good amount of mental sort of tracking to work, and it's the kind of puzzle where it's complicated enough you might want to break out the pen and paper. Or make a note in the game. I forgot you can write little notes in the game, so. Yeah, that one. Yeah, I didn't want to say that, but yeah. The fax machine room. Yeah. It was tedious to figure it out, but it kind of reminded me of something I talked about recently, which I'm not going to say. because I will spoil it. But yeah, forget I said anything. Ah, okay. I see what you mean. Are you interested in The Witness? I've played it. So I was interested enough to play it to completion. I did get Steven's sausage roll. I got to the 4th island. Yeah, I felt like I got to the 4th island pretty quickly, I think. So maybe I just burned myself out, but at that point I just didn't really want to do anymore. I might go back to it now that it's been a couple of weeks since I did that, so yeah. Might go back to that at some point. Was Zero Time Dilemma's existence worth it for the memes? It feels like that sometimes. I mean, there's never been a greater collection. It was solace in a dark time, you know? I feel like we wouldn't have needed the memes if it hadn't come to that. Do you know what I mean? That's why it happened, is because there was an outlet there. Because people needed them. That's why they were made, because people needed them. Thanks for making the Dark Souls and DMC videos, Matthew. It resulted in me making good friends and memories. That's cool. That's cool. I will talk about more about Breath of the Wild at some point. I'm on the hook for that review, so. I never finished Deadly Premonition, which I feel vaguely guilty about. So. Would you lie down on Vijon's lap or Madame Butterflies? Probably Madame Butterflies. Vijon creeps me out with that tongue. So, yeah. I don't even want to imagine what's elsewhere. Whereas from what I remember, Madame Butterfly looks relatively normal by comparison, which is pretty funny. I have read The Great Gatsby, actually. I didn't really think much of it, to be honest with you. Gotta say. The year-long wait for the Breath of the Wild review is painful. I don't think it's even clear if you liked it or not. It's not clear. It's not clear, isn't it not? I will clarify someday. Look, I wish I could review it sooner. I really do. I mean, it would benefit me to review it sooner. I would get more fucking views and, you know, it would be great. I would get it out of my system. I would move on to other games. Everybody would win. But I don't think it would be up to the standard I would want it to be up to. So, it's frustrating for you, I'm sure, having to wait. It's more frustrating for me. I guarantee you that. It's frustrating. I am frustrated by not being able to review it. But that's just how I feel about it. Remove DLC from all games for faster Matthew reviews, only solution. That would be a benefit, alright. That would be a benefit if games... I'm not saying Breath of the Wild was incomplete. I don't think it's one of those games, but I'm just saying if games were released in a finished state, I could review them straight away. You know? I think, I have been thinking lately that I might just start reviewing things even without the DLC, because you just never know what's going to happen in the future anyway. So... There's one of the scripts I'm working on. The game only came out recently, and it's one that could definitely get DLC, but I'm still writing the script anyway. But you say a game needs 5 to 10 years before it can be truly looked at. I don't know. I think you probably need that long before you can understand what kind of impact it's made. But I do think you can give a game a fair review quicker than that. I just don't know if you can give it a fair review immediately after it comes out. And especially Breath of the Wild is a big game, and you know, just there's a lot to take in. You know, it took me probably I didn't have a clock or anything, but I spent days on end playing that game. So it took me a long time just to play through it once. You know, the idea of putting out a review shortly after the game comes out just doesn't make any sense to me, because it just takes so long to fucking play the thing in the first place. You know, I don't think you can properly absorb it when it takes that long for you to just do one playthrough of it. And that's not even counting, you know, I think certain things might become more clear when you do it another time. So yeah, I'm interested to see how my next playthrough goes, but I think I need to give it space to breathe, because it's one of those things where you might gain more insight when you play a game again, but if you play a game again too soon, you risk burning yourself out just because you're a reviewer trying to play it twice back to back, which was never intended. You know, Nintendo didn't make Breath of the Wild expecting people to 100% it, or close to 100% it, or even just do all the shrines back to back. That just wasn't in their heads when they were making it, which is fine, you know. So if you're a reviewer like me who wants to play it twice to get a better understanding of it, and you force yourself to do it back to back, you're still fucking yourself, because the game was just never meant to be played that way, and that's fine. You know, you cannot expect every game to be replayable immediately like that. That's not what I would want Breath of the Wild to be in the first place. Some games I do want that, you know, I want something like Bayonetta, I want to just pick it up and play it over and over again. But something like Breath of the Wild, I want to go through it once, give it time to breathe, go through it again, and see how it holds up. And it was very much the same thing with MGS5. I haven't gone through MGS5 again, but you know, so I would say similar logic applies to that game as well. I think I missed a good question, maybe. Is Breath of the Wild in a finished state regarding people getting it in the future when the service is no longer available? Well, I'm pretty sure I've raised this point before, and you know, I would say, yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what more I can say on it, because it's definitely a point I've talked about in the past. Something people do not take seriously enough is the fact that sooner or later the servers are going to go offline. You won't be able to get the DLC, you know, and it kind of depends on what that DLC ends up being. But yeah, it can really hurt a game. It could really hurt a game. Any chance of another critique someday? Probably not. Just want to say I rewatch your Dark Souls review every 2 or 3 months. I don't have time for games these days, much less long involved ones like Dark Souls. So since your review is so long, it's like replaying it myself. I appreciate that you've made them, even if you're sick of talking about them. Thank you. It's it can be tough to, you know, it was tough at times. But obviously a lot of people enjoyed it, so I'm thankful for that. Why did you make a Dark Souls 2 and Bioshock critique anyway? Because I was let down by both of those games. I was never the biggest Bioshock fan in the first place. I do think it's a good game. I don't agree that it deserved like nearly unendingly positive critical reception in all regards that it seemed to get. But I liked Bioshock, and I felt that Bioshock Infinite was a step back from Bioshock, and I've just the same way I felt Dark Souls 2 was a step back from Dark Souls and Demon Souls, and that's something that really gets to me. And what gets to me even more is when a series takes a step back and everybody praises it. That's the worst thing. You can't expect developers to be on the ball all the time, but then when everybody comes out and says this is great, that's what really gets to me, because that directly contributes to them thinking, oh, okay, you know, we were on the right track here, so let's just continue down that path, and then the next game is even worse. you know. Yeah, so that's why I did them. It was a cathartic experience for me more than something. It was something I felt like I had to do more than something I wanted to do, and I have had that feeling again recently, which you'll find out about soon enough. I'm not doing any more critiques or anything like that. Well, the critiques are kind of interesting to me, like they were satisfying to make, but yeah, I think negativity is easy, and I think it's just not something that I really want to do anymore. So if you would ever do a Dark Souls / DMC style commentary video again, what game do you think it would be about? What game would you like to see me do a commentary on? And try to keep it realistic, you know. But I'm curious what you think. I know what one I would do, but I'm not going to say, because I want to do it. So yeah. Just want to say that your Oddworld bit in the Bioshock Infinite critique was brilliant. I don't remember it, but yeah. Thanks. Felt relevant to me. I mean, it felt like a bit of a stretch to take this game that was very different from Bioshock, but I did feel that it was relevant to what was saying. Well, I can't even remember it anymore. Sorry, I've scrolled past. Here are the suggestions for anybody watching after the fact. Although I'm not sure why you just sat through me playing Wipeout in near silence for hours on end after the fact. But anyway, Castlevania, Deus Ex, Bloodborne, Hyper Light Drifter, Resident Evil Remake, MGS2. I don't think I'd be doing a commentary on MGS2. Love to hear your thoughts on Persona or Megami Tensei, as you're clearly an Atlas fan. Might be a little unrealistic. I wouldn't say that's unrealistic. It's just not in the works at the moment, but it's definitely something I would like to do. Abe's Exodus commentary. Now that could be good. Oh, I know I compared it to Abe's Odyssey. I just can't remember what exactly comparison I was making. Yeah. I like my comparisons too as well. It's one of my favorite video formats. There is another one of those in the works. The next one that I'm doing, what I like about it is that it's not, I think my other commentaries have tended to be one on positive, one on negative. One game gets the positive treatment, one game gets negative. You know, we're kind of comparing them, but I have another comparison written that I hope to do soon, which is not, it's not as black and white as that. It's more like, here's two games that did things slightly differently. Let's compare them. So I'm looking forward to getting that one out. Yeah, I really like the comparison format. I'd like to do more of them, I think. Heavy Rain or Beyond Two Souls would be pretty funny. I think that's stream fodder, not a... I wouldn't do a proper full-on let's break down everything about these games. Yeah, I would like to do more smaller videos. I just have a hard time letting things go. So, do you say that smaller video, like, because a game is simpler, that makes it easier to review? And I'm not sure that's true, actually, because some of the hardest scripts I've ever written, or some of the most horrible, long, drawn-out processes of writing scripts, have been for simpler games. You know? I just don't think it's as true as you might think. Who would you like to make videos with most as a team on YouTube? I would like to help Sorry and Dash if I could, if there was any way I could help him. He did the guide for Bayonetta, and he did some nice videos on the Wonderful 101 explaining it to people. So, yeah, if there was something I could do to help him out, I'd like to. I'm not on the sort of gameplay level where I could record footage for him that way, you know, but I don't know. Do you have any in emergency break glass video ideas? No, I don't. Do you aim for a minimum length for a video? No, I don't. Just kind of, I do kind of get a sense before I finish the script that, you know, I have X amount of stuff in my head. So if I haven't reached that X, then I feel like I probably still have a bit more to say on something. So sometimes that does give me pause. But it's not like each video should be at minimum such and such a length. It's more like, this topic, I feel like I should have a certain amount to say about it. And if I don't, then maybe I need to think on it a little bit more. And that feeling pays off. That's where a lot of time gets wasted, or you could say wasted, but I do think that some of the better things in the scripts come out in those moments where I'm kind of racking my brain trying to think. I really feel like I have more to say here, and then a day or two later it falls out of my head. Maybe if you did a big deconstruction on why David Cage is so terrible, you could have some impact on him continually being given huge amounts of money that could be spent on something else instead. That's a really good point, Connor. I feel like I'm more interested in doing videos on games that I like, but that is a very compelling argument on why I should do a serious video on David Cage's games. I'm actually going to take that into consideration. It's because that's the goal really of the channel, is to have a positive impact on things, and sometimes to have a positive impact you have to have a negative impact on something. So I'm actually seriously going to think about that. DigiBro did something similar to Sword Art Online. Yeah, I've seen some of that video. Yeah, I agree, Guy Moore. That's something I'm going for, and something I hope to maintain going forward, you know. The entire channel exists to destroy David Cage's career. Well, in a sense, that's kind of true. It is actually true in a sense, I think. Not in a I hate him so much he's my arch nemesis sort of thing. I wouldn't even go that far, you know. It's just it's more about trying to get people to appreciate good things, and I think if you appreciate good things, you probably won't really play very many of David Cage's games. So, well, people still watch Transformers movies too. Yeah, but I would say Transformers, the equivalent of Transformers, is more like Call of Duty, where I don't like it, but I can kind of see why other people like it. It's brainless sort of fun, you know. You go around and you shoot things. That's what I would equate Transformers to in games. To me, David Cage is more like something like The Room, except it's being critically praised. Maybe The Room is a little even too harsh for David Cage, but that's the thing I'm getting at. It's like it just doesn't accomplish, you know, I don't know. Matthew, can you recommend some animes? I will list a bunch of animes now. Okay, get ready. Get a pen and paper, or get ready to pause the video. I'm not even going to say why I like them. I'm just going to name them off, and you can do a little bit of research, just a tiny bit of research to see if the premise intrigues you, and then you go for it, okay? Let's start with the obvious ones. Neon Genesis Evangelion. Kino's Journey is one of my favorites, probably my favorite anime. That's Kino, Kino's Journey. It's great. Shinsekai Yori, that's what Popcorn Bunny there is saying. That's called From the New World. You might want to trust me on that one because you might not see what's great about it right away. Shinsekai Yori, so that's it. Serial Experiments Lane is good. Kaiji Ultimate Survivor. I'll give you a trilogy of sorts here. You want to go with Cowboy Bebop, Samurai Champloo, and Space Dandy. So they're all by the same director. Gurren Lagann. You gotta watch Gurren Lagann. Kill la Kill is pretty good as well. I prefer Gurren Lagann, but some people prefer Kill la Kill, so you should try that as well if you like Gurren Lagann. Let's see, what else? Paranoia Agent. Yeah, Fully Cooley as well. FLCL. Mushishi. I feel like I'm forgetting a big one. Ping Pong. Yeah, I would recommend Ping Pong as well. Ping Pong. I haven't seen Gunbuster. I do feel like I'm forgetting a big one, but I could probably list 10 more anime and still feel that way. Madoka Magica, yeah. Madoka Magica. Perfect Blue as well, yeah. I was thinking more of anime, like TV shows. That's why I said Paranoia Agent instead. Watch Gunbuster. Ghost in the Shell. Yeah, I haven't finished Ghost in the Shell myself, the TV series, but yeah. Yeah, I think that would do for recommendations. I do feel like there's another one. Steins Gate. I played the visual novel of Steins Gate, so I didn't watch the anime, but if you want to just watch the anime, a lot of people like the anime adaptation, so it's probably a perfectly fine way of experiencing the story. The visual novel is kind of linear in a way anyway, in that there's one. Yeah, no, I won't go. I won't say any more, but yeah, it's more linear than you might think at first. Yeah, that should do. That's enough, I think, to chew on. I'm sure there's at least one anime in there you haven't watched, or at least I hope there is. So long shot, but have you had any fans recognize you in real life? No, I haven't. I haven't played Steins Gate Zero now. I was thinking of buying it, but yeah, I like Steins Gate, but I'm not so into it that I felt like I really needed to play Zero right away. It's a bit expensive. I think the PS4 is the only way you can get it. And I paid full price for Steins Gate, or close to it anyway. So I don't know. I didn't really want to pay that much for a visual novel on the PS4. What was your favourite game that absolutely no one else would have heard of? I'd say probably one of the most obscure ones would be Cooler World, which I did a video on. As far as obscurity to how much I like it ratio, here Cooler World is, the maximum you can do on those 2 bars for me, I think. I don't play many fighting games, so I can't really comment on it. I do want to play more of them though. I was talking about that earlier. I want to get an arcade stick at some point and just get really into some fighting game if I can. I don't watch any sport now. I'm pissed that I missed the fucking Battle of Nations was on a few weeks back and I forgot about it. I forgot to watch it when it was on. In case you don't know what that is, it's a bunch of dudes put on medieval armor and beat the shit out of each other. And it's fun, it's funny. I say funny, it's funny, but it's also kind of cool just to see these guys going out and doing the shit that they like. But it's also kind of funny, and it's fun. It just looks like they're having fun. It's really cool. So I wish I could have remembered that. I would have at least had it on in the background while I was writing scripts or whatever. Um, yeah, I don't know. I don't watch any other sports. Yeah, it's basically a LARP World Cup. Yeah, Battle of. I think it's just called the Battle of Nations. It was on a few weeks ago. I'm sure they have it archived somewhere. I should probably just stick on the archive in the background. But basically, they get all these people from different places, and they get in team battles or they have solo battles and stuff like that. Now, they're not allowed to stab each other in the eye or anything like that. But yeah. I did mention I was gonna wear something in the Battle of Nations, but I was kind of, when I made that tweet, I was kind of trying to remind myself, don't fucking forget to watch Battle of Nations in a week or two, and I forgot about it, and I was so pissed off, because I in the months running up to it, I was thinking, don't forget about this, don't forget about it, and I forgot about it. So no, I have no interest in UFC, not even Conor McGregor. I'm not a very nationalistic guy, so the fact that he's Irish doesn't really make any difference to me. Any status updates you don't mind giving for an upcoming video, please? The next one is in the editing phase. I still have to capture a bunch of footage. I thought that was going to be less painful than it is. So there's a whole bunch of game footage I need to capture. I'm about halfway through making the actual video. It's still going to take a few days at least. Yeah, I wish it was a bit further along. But it's coming along slowly but steadily. Not before E3 then, you promised us. Well, I think it'll be before the good E3 conferences, maybe. I might get it out before Microsoft, Sony and Nintendo. Might get it out before then. Yeah. Do you ever consciously think while playing a game, I'm having so much fun right now? Well, it wasn't exactly fun, but I did play a game recently. I hate to be vague about these things, but I think if I was to tell you, it would kind of kill my motivation, because you'd all be asking for the video about it then. You'd all be saying, oh, are you going to do a video on this? And I'd kind of go, oh, maybe. But I did play a game recently that came out this year, and I wasn't expecting that much from it. I was kind of hoping I would enjoy it, and when I played it, I was like, this is fucking way better than I thought it was going to be. And when something surprises me like that gets me really excited, you know? So when I was playing it, I was consciously thinking, Jesus Christ. And I'm not saying it's the best game ever made or anything like that, but it was just the fact that I was surprised at how good it was really got to me, you know? So that it was consciously on my mind sometimes when I was playing it. I was like, I did not expect much from this game, but it's another reason why this year has been good. I now have another reason to say this year was good. So there you go. Yeah. If you want a hint, I suppose, one reason I would be reluctant to talk about the game is because I need to explore the lineage of that game more than I have already before I can say. Because I just said earlier, one of the worst things is when somebody starts talking about a game and says that it's really good when actually it's a step backwards, right? And I don't, as a person, I don't know enough about the games that influenced this game to say whether or not it was a step backwards or forwards yet, or just a sideways step, or whatever it was. But I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it a lot more than I thought I would. It's not Persona 5 or Nier. I haven't played Nier. I'm surprised nobody's guessed it yet. But anyway, I'll leave it there. But that's why I haven't talked about it, because I really don't want to be the kind of person who starts talking about something and says this is really good, and then plays some earlier games and goes, actually, hang on, that wasn't really all as good as I thought it was, because these earlier games were way, way better. And I think there's a chance that the earlier games might be better in some ways. I do think that will be true, but I also think that this game will still be good regardless, which is why I'm excited about it. So What do you think they'll change up with Remake 2? I don't know, I'm interested to see. Interesting. It's going to be interesting to see. I would like, I suppose if I had a number one request, I would like for them to bring in the kerosene mechanic and the Crimson Head mechanic. As long as it has that, that's already a big thing, you know. I'm sure there's probably some more specific things that they could bring across. Just trying to think, you know, what Crimson Heads can do in certain locations as well. I get really crazy about spoilers. If you haven't played Resident Evil Remake, you might want to close your ears for a second, just for 1 second. I would love to see them have in Resident Evil 2 the way enemies can open doors in Resident Evil Remake, because that was just, I didn't, it started to happen on stream and I didn't notice it, and it was only when I played it off stream that it happened, and I was like, holy shit, this is really cool. And it's only a very little thing, but it's the fact that it wasn't in the original that's why it shocks you. And it's, you know, and it won't be as shocking this time in Remake 2, but it might as well be there, you know. So yeah, I knew someone was just going to say it in the chat anyway. Well, there you go. Yeah, but when that happened to me in Resident Evil Remake, I was like, whoa. Even, and I know it's not this big technology thing, it's a pretty simple fucking thing, right? But actually, one thing that also surprised me was there was a hunter, I think, broke down a fucking door in one location, and what was 2 rooms becomes 1 room. The loading screen in between the rooms disappears. It wasn't even a loading screen at all. It's one of the corridors in the west side of the mansion, I believe. So yeah, that was just one of the cool things about Resident Evil Remake, you know. As an Irishman, how does it feel to play a game fearing red-headed people like everyone else on the planet? Yeah, that's nice. Just casual racism towards my race, you know. That's great. That's great, man. You're next. You're next. I'm gonna bring you up at the meeting. By the way, it seems your stream delay is like 3 seconds. How'd it get so small? I don't know. That's cool though. If it's true, it's cool. Yeah, I know about that bit in Resident Evil 2. Yeah, yeah. I think that could be made better in Remake, because it could just happen, you know, without you ever having. Because I think one of the conditions for it happening in Resident Evil Remake is that you have to have been in the room at some point for that Crimson Head to activate, I believe. So they could drop that for that 1 room in Resident in 2, and that would make it slightly more, you know, unexpected. Yeah, I think the raptors could go through doors. Yeah, yeah, I think you're right. It's not, like I'm saying, it's not some big fucking technology mind-blowing, holy shit, how did they do this thing. It's just the fact that it wasn't in the original was what really made it stand out to me. Just that they made that change, you know. I should have probably just kept playing the game, should I? I don't know. I suppose it was better to answer some questions. What do you think about Resident Evil 7? I haven't played it. I'm not sure I will, to be honest with you. Might get around to it eventually, but horror is not really my thing. I mean, I've been gushing about Resident Evil Remake, but I appreciate it more as a game than as a horror experience, you know? Which is interesting, it being a survival horror game, but I just, in terms of how much it improved Resident Evil as a game, that's what I really admire about it. Yeah, it's a different Capcom now than it was back then. Yeah, I don't have any hopes or expectations for Remake 2. I will let it come out and see what people have to say about it and then think about playing it. The thing is, you know, Mikami directed Resident Evil and Mikami directed Resident Evil Remake, and Kamiya is not going near Resident Evil 2 Remake, so that's a big change in and of itself. Because rather than having the director on board, basically Mikami really understood where they went wrong, or not wrong, but where the weak points of Resident Evil were and how they could fuck with players and what players were doing when they were playing the game. So whereas with Remake 2 they're going to have to try and interpret what kind of changes, you know, what was Kamiya's intention in certain areas of the game and how can we bring that forward now. They're going to have to interpret that instead of having it in their own heads, you know. I don't think Matthew could review Alien Isolation and survive. I think you're right. Very real chance I'd just have a fucking heart attack. Remember when Mikami said he was going to cut his head if Resident Evil 4 ended up launching on the PS2? Yeah, have you ever played God Hand? There's a Chihuahua races in that. You can bet on Chihuahuas. One of them is called Mikami's head. Is Spooky's House of Jump Scares a good horror game? Is that actually a real game? I feel like it is. Can't tell what's real or fake anymore in this world. What terrifies you so much about the xenomorph? Its resemblance to a human penis. Did PT scare you? No, not really, no. I think it was a jump scare at one point that got me, but made me go, whoa. That was probably my reaction. Oh. Whereas Alien Isolation was a genuine fucking freak out. When I ran, at one point I ran, and that is a bad idea in that game. I learned that pretty fucking quick. I got into some tube, some like train car, and the alien got into the car with me, and it was just fucking, you know, if you yeah, it's nightmare fuel to me. It's just just absolutely horrible. No, I didn't run in real life. Come on, give me a bit more fucking credit than that. No, I ran in the game, and if you run, the thing just fucking gets on your ass straight away. I just turned around and it was there in a fucking train car with me, and the door was closed behind it, and it was just like, holy shit. I really don't know what it is. It just really, I can play any other horror game, no problem, but fucking aliens, man. In VR. No, I don't fucking think so. You might as well set up a Patreon goal to fucking kill me, because it'd be the same thing. I would fucking die. Are you afraid of bugs? Is that it? I don't like bugs, yeah. She is asleep, guys. She's asleep. She's in work tomorrow. She'll be getting up in an hour. The anecdote from Alien vs Predator was really funny and scary at the same time. Yeah, it's just scary, yeah. I still remember, you know, I've played so many games, I've forgotten so many of them. If I was going to be a snob, which I'm going to be for a split second, I would say I've forgotten more games than most people will play in their lives, but I remember that moment from Alien vs Predator. I remember it vividly. Vividly. There was the bit where the alien breaks down the door, and then there was another bit where it must have been before that, because I'm pretty sure the bit where the alien breaks down the door was the bit where I just gave up on the game. But there was another bit where had the motion detector, and you think you're safe, you know. I was basically in a corner. They must come down from fucking air vents or something in that game, did I? I don't even know how this happened. But you've got like a 90 degree or 180 degree radius on your motion sensor, and I turned 1 degree to the left, and there was an alien just right beside me, just off the motion sensor, just to the side where it just wouldn't get caught. So it was, you kind of expect when you turn around something is going to be directly behind you to scare you, but it was the fact that it was just fucking 1 degree off. It was just the instant I turned the camera, there was an alien right there in my face. That just freaked me out. Yeah, they do look cool. I really like their design. You know, I appreciate their design from a design angle. You know? Yeah. Law or chaos? If I really had to pick between one of the two, I would do chaos, but I do neutral. I'm neutral. Hi Young Guts, you've arrived at the tail end of the stream. I'm just wrapping up now, just answering some questions before I go to sleep. But I'm sure you can watch it if you want to. Is picking up the can in Half-Life 2 a more meaningful moral decision about the player than anything in Bioshock Infantile? I forget, do you actually have to pick up the can to get him to move out of the way? Don't think you do. You can just walk up and get in his face and he smacks you and gets out of your way then, I think. So, I would classify that as a good decision, actually, yeah. The only thing is it maybe happens a little bit too soon after you get off the train, because you don't really... I'm not sure you're really in the right mindset yet, you know? Yeah, you can run around them, yeah. Yeah, so the question is, are you just going to do what he asks and keep to yourself, even though, you know, you hate him and you're gonna kill him later? Or are you going to make a scene now? And you can, either of those actions, you can kind of have a different mentality about them either way, you know? You could be compliant to be compliant, or you could be compliant with the, you know, intent that you need to do this now so that you can be hidden, ready to strike later, you know? Yeah. Reading a bit much into it, maybe. When was the last time you felt that your taste had truly changed? I think it was probably a couple of years ago now when I started playing the Shin Megami Tensei games. It was, maybe that's the reason why I was talking about this earlier, the comment in the chat, maybe this is the reason why it resonated with me so much, was because it was true of me as well. Somebody said, I got them to play the Shin Megami Tensei games and they couldn't play other JRPGs anymore. And I just felt that way after I started playing the Shin Megami Tensei games as well. It was like, I've missed out on something here. And my god, am I fucking glad to have found it now. I'm not sure if you would classify that as a taste change exactly, because I mean, I liked JRPGs before Shin Megami Tensei, and there are other ones that I still like in spite of having discovered Shin Megami Tensei. Like, I would still say Chrono Trigger is a good game, and it's good for different reasons than Shin Megami Tensei, you know? I really don't like JRPGs, but I hope that changes someday. If you haven't tried Shin Megami Tensei, you should. Yeah. What other Shin Megami Tensei games would you guys recommend for someone who's only played Persona 5? The best starting points are probably Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne, which is the third game. It's a PS2 game. Or Shin Megami Tensei 4. The thing is, though, that they don't... The other games are more pure dungeon crawling. So if you really want to see what the series is like, where its origins, what's more faithful to its origins, you might want to try Strange Journey instead. Shin Megami Tensei Strange Journey. But either of those three, really. I personally, I would probably recommend 4 as the best starting point, because it's... Although it's really lacking on the dungeon aspect, so I don't know. But you know, even if you play 1, you can still appreciate the earlier ones, so... Started with Soul Hackers, that's cool. I still have to play that one. Writing down so much from the stream. You know, you got a lot of anime recommendations, if nothing else. Have you played Soma, and if so, any thoughts? I have played it and I liked it. Thought it was good. It was one of those games that, like I was saying earlier, I actually wanted to do a video on it, but I didn't because I haven't played Penumbra. So I feel like if I was to play the Penumbra games, the removal of certain features in Soma might get to me more. But I did play Amnesia years ago, and Soma is, you know, more restrictive than Amnesia even, so I suppose that gives me some perspective. But I am still comfortable saying that I like it, because I think it's just different from their earlier games in some ways. And I'm not necessarily saying that the lack of interaction was a good thing exactly, but I just think that they did a pretty good job with the themes that they wanted to go for, and that's really what matters for the type of game they were making. It is borderline, or maybe actually in the walking simulator territory, but if I was to pick a walking simulator that I really liked, and you told me it couldn't be Journey, I would go with Soma. It's good. Yeah. Yeah, I like... yeah, I think they executed on what they wanted to do pretty well, and the only thing is... and what they were trying to do was something that I don't really think I've seen any other game go for either as well. You know, I think maybe the Silent Hill games are probably the closest in terms of horror. But Soma's horror was different to that as well. Silent Hill is more of an emotional sort of horror, but Soma was more of a intellectual horror, I think. Yeah, that's a good way of phrasing it. There you go. If I ever do a video, you'll probably have that fucking line in the script. Intellectual horror. I think that's what it was. It's horror that scares you because, you know, it's true. You know, there's no... You can't get around the logic of it. There's logic to it, and that logic is irrefutable. Yeah, I'm not using the term walking simulator disparagingly there. I'm just saying that that's what those games are called, you know. And I'm even telling you right now, I liked Soma. You know, I sat down and wanted to make a video about it, but then I said, no, I gotta play Penumbra first, blah blah blah. I've been doing that a lot. So I do mean existential horror, but I think existential horror can come in different formats. I think I kind of like what I said a minute ago. Maybe I would say existential horror, but I like the term intellectual horror because I think it categorizes it differently from something like Silent Hill, where it was more like, you know, there's horrible things in human nature and you're going to have to deal with that, whereas Soma is more like there's horrible external forces that you have no control over. And it's not, it is an existential thing, but it's more about those forces that you can't deal with. Yeah. It's definitely there's definitely an element of existential horror to it, but I just think that maybe the term that I just did there, intellectual horror, kind of classifies why it's different from other existential horror out there, or what kind of subcategory of existential horror it falls into. Yeah, exactly. The focus on existentialism is pretty unique in games. Yeah, well, I've seen it flirted with before, but it's rare that you see a whole game built around trying to instill that in you. And I think to some degree it succeeded in that, so it was a successful game. What games are a good example of cosmic horror? I don't really know, to be honest with you. Maybe The Void. I haven't played it though. I tried to play Pathologic and I couldn't really get through it, so. People ask me sometimes about other analysis and stuff like that, and I haven't read them all, or even close to all of them, but sometimes I come across the while we're near the topic, what are they, frictional games, I think. The Frictional Games blog, the guy the director of some, I think it was, has a blog there where he talks about game design. Worth checking out. I've only read a few of the articles, and I'm not saying I agree with them. In fact, sometimes I disagreed relatively strongly with what he was saying, but it's kind of a very, very academic approach at times that I don't really go in for myself, but he seems like a very intelligent commentator who's interested in trying to make games better than they are by finding out what makes them tick. So I would recommend having a look at it. Frictional Games blog. I haven't gotten into Eternal Darkness now. I think I might get a copy of it though at some point. So. How do you deal with an existential crisis or death anxiety? You should know this as a YouTuber. I don't know. Watch The Leftovers. That'll make it all better. Yeah, I haven't played The Void, so I don't know. That was just from the trailer or the pictures or whatever. The impression I got was that was kind of the vibe it was going for. Who are your top 3 waifus in Persona 5? Now, come on, I don't answer questions like this. Alright, I'm going to give myself till past, and then I'm done. Are you watching the new Twin Peaks? I am. I've watched 3 episodes of it. I talked about it probably right at the start of the stream. It seems like a pretty good continuation. Well, what I was saying earlier, which I'll just reiterate, was what I like about it is that it doesn't really go, it's Twin Peaks, we're back, blah blah blah. It's more just trying to pick up where they left off without really making a big hullabaloo about it, which I really appreciate, because I think it'll make the show better when you watch it all as one. You're not gonna, the seam between season 2 and 3 will not be as obvious as it would be if they had a less talented or less self-aware team than they do have. Yeah, I prefer focusing on specific games. That was another one I answered earlier. Yeah, I like focusing. Does voice acting improve a game? I think it can. I'd say probably a game with great voice acting would be better than the same game with no voice acting, I suppose. The risk is not having great voice acting. And I think not having voice acting can be charming sometimes as well. Yeah, like for example, would Okami be better if it was voice acted? I don't know. I really don't know. Even if it had great voice acting, actually, I'm going to contradict my earlier statement. Would it really be better if it had great voice acting? I don't know, because there's something with the visual style that it has and the way the characters are animated and all that, and their personalities and all. There's something that's really charming and suitable about the little meep moop noises that they make, you know? So would it be better without voice acting? I don't know. I haven't played that 999 remaster, but yeah, I would probably turn the voices off if I was to, yeah. I play Japanese in their Japanese games in Japanese with English subs. I actually played Fury with the French as well when I played that. I recorded it in English because I wanted to use voice clips for some parts, so in the video. I tried out all three languages on that one. Yeah, I've heard of that book about Wario Land 4. I read a little bit of it. Not much. Are cunt boys gay, Matthew? This just I learn a new term every time I hope that's not like a really horrible term. I mean, obviously it's got the word cunt in it, but you know, are cunt boys gay, Matthew? I learn a new term every time I stream. Like my favorite term last time was brainlet. Never heard brainlet before. Brainlet. It's a shame so much incidental dialogue in Persona 5 didn't have subtitles. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that sucked. In other words, are you gay? Well, no, I'm not. No, I'm not gay. I haven't played the Fury DLC, no. Yeah, there's an example for you. I didn't think that game was going to get DLC. I mean, it had an update right when I was in the middle of making the video with the control scheme, but I didn't think that it was going to get DLC, so I reviewed it anyway, and then it just gets DLC anyway. So even if you don't wait, you're fucked. You know, I would have liked to, although I think from what I understand that they never integrated that boss into the actual main game. I read a Steam review that said that it's just in its own separate mode, which sounds kind of stupid. It seems like it defeats the purpose. Like, the whole narrative setup of Fury would have made it so easy for them to just slot another boss in the middle somewhere. It doesn't need an excuse. The transition between each boss is... It's bizarre to me if they didn't put it in the story. That's bizarre. I suppose they would have to get the voice actors back. But they could have planned ahead and recorded some stuff ahead of time. See you, Poet. Thanks. Thanks for the kind words. I appreciate it. Who's your favourite comedian? Well, I'm going to catch some shit for this one. Brace yourself. Now, I understand that, you know, he's not an easy person to like. I'm not saying you have to like him or anything like that. But in terms of stand-up, my favorite comedian is Ricky Gervais. I just think that he has such a relaxed style to him that you don't see. He doesn't ham it up. He just kind of delivers statements, and it's just I haven't seen. I've seen his first three main stand up gigs, and yeah, I just think they were brilliant. They had me in stitches, you know. Like, I like stand up comedy, but even when I watch it, generally I don't really laugh all that much. But I just laughed all the time. Yeah, exactly. You could say he's a twat. I'm not sure I would say he's a twat exactly, but you know, you don't need to get on Twitter and beat the drum about everything all the time. But he's a funny dude. He has great delivery, and that's really what matters in a stand-up comedian, you know. Yeah. Yeah, the stuff with Carl Pilkin is brilliant as well. And it's Carl that makes that stuff funny. You know, obviously Ricky prods him, but the Carl Pilkin and stuff is arguably even funnier. But I'm not really sure I can classify him as a comedian because I don't know if he's putting it on or not. You know. But yeah, I love Carl Pilkin as well. He's great. Yeah, Ricky's shows have been good as well. Like, The Office and Extras are funny, good shows. You know. What's the other one as well? Life is Short. I don't remember that one being that funny, but Liam Neeson's bit in that show is one of the most fucking hilarious things I've ever seen. You can actually just watch that by itself and it's funny, so if you want to look it up, Liam Neeson, Life is Short, he does a bit where he comes into Ricky Gervais' office. It is fucking hilarious. He's trying to set himself up as a comedian. Just watch it, it's so good. Yeah, either way, if Carl Pilkington is an act or not, he's still great either way, so. The Extras bit with Ross Kemp, is that the bit where he's talking about how he's a hard man and all? Yeah. Do you pray to Osaka 3 times a day? No. What the fuck? It's 6:31. Yeah, it is. I have a hard time letting go, guys. I don't want to let you go, but I should. My throat hurts, and I'm tired. I played a lot of Wipeout. Not as much as I would have liked, but enough. Alright, Batchan. Okay, I will. Yeah, you're going to see me again after E3. I will definitely do that E3 stream. Whether the new video is out or not, I will do the stream as soon after E3 as I can manage. So yeah, we'll be looking forward to another stream soon. Okay, we'll be streaming E3. We might even put a notification up on the main channel for that one or something. Try and get loads of people in. Yay! Let's all watch E3 together, guys. Okay? Alright. Okay. Alright, good night, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. Hope it was entertaining enough. I'll see you later.